flash, you see the drip and its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose now.
It's Championship Sunday here in the European region for our first Open Qualifier. We are down to our final 4 teams, but at the end of the day, we can only crown one of them. And you're in the right spot because we get to watch the games that will tell us that story. Welcome to the pre-show. We're going to get into some fun little stuff here in a few moments. First, I got to tell you which friends are joining me. I'm Leaf, and alongside me we have Cole, Stumpy, and CJ. Cole, I love the wave train. There we go.
That's nice.
I thought you wouldn't make it in time.
No, I got there.
Stumpy.
Yeah, like a classic English train, I arrived a little bit late, but I was there in the end.
Wonderful stuff. How is I want to get some thoughts, some vibes coming into this though, because you know we've mentioned it a few times, but the Chaos CJ was how we started, but things really did settle out by the end of it, and I think we have relatively the teams we would expect to be here at this point.
Yeah, we found our French regional again. It's like a one-day event that we get every Sunday here in Europe. I know there's a lot of other teams complaining about this country, this nation, with these majority French teams taking over. But Cole, it just feels like it's just meant to be. It just feels right that we.
Yeah, you wouldn't remember that Team Vitality started this off by losing to 100%, and we were all like, OMG, what is going on? But it's sort of normalized a little bit since then, which I'm okay with for the start. I fancy a little bit of fire later on, but for now, let's just sort of see who the top 4 teams are.
Right. You can't, I mean, at the end of the day, you still want a little bit of familiarity when you're watching something you love so much. But we'll see what happens today. Let's take a look at the schedule for the season. Just to remind you guys that today is really important, Stumpy. I mean, these points, there's so many less points to gather as we only have 2 splits.
Yeah, just the 2 splits, but we're going to be gunning towards a major for both of them, and then, of course, the World Championship right at the end as well. We're currently on Open Qualifier number 1 here in Europe, but over in North America, literally every other region, they're looking at Open Qualifier number 2, so keep your eyes peeled all over the place, because there's a lot of streams going on.
And as I said, the points are very important. Nice. Are you keeping your eyes peeled there, CJ?
We're keeping it peeled. There's just so many regions on the other weekend.
You look like Cash before his match the other night, just going everywhere.
Yeah, he was a robot. And yeah,
CJ, keep your eyes peeled on these points. See how
Let him stop me.
I'm looking. I'm peeling my eyes, and I can see a massive distribution, especially at the top up there. Look at that. As soon as you get into the top 4, where we are today, Championship Sunday, an extra 3 points from the quarterfinals. But Stumpy, 4 points separating first and second. That is going to be massive for major seeding and qualification.
Yeah, just that 1 more point earned if you manage to get to the grand final and then also win it. It means that then you can have a little bit of maybe a flopsy, get to like the 3rd, a 4th, a 5th to an 8th, and then there's only those 3 points difference between the tiers. That extra point is going to be massive, as well as, of course, the extra 9 big ones you get on top.
Well, let's get into a little bit of a recap in case for some reason you've decided to only join us on today. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket. We started with Swiss. That's where we started, Stumpy, and we made our way into our top 8 here, where things were a little lopsided. Cole, I mean, I want to get Cole's thoughts on this because look at this. I'm looking. 1, and then no more games were won for the losing teams.
Yeah, it was a bit of a dominant day in the end, really. It started off with Vitality and Moist put on a really good fight. But after that, it just seemed like the underdogs couldn't handle the favorites, which is credit to the favorites because they were all playing at the top of their games.
I mean, the best game, the best series was a 4-1, and it felt close.
It was a good 4-1, though. It was a genuinely good 4-1.
It was a good. I've seen worse 4-1s, that's for sure. But honestly, it was a very quick day, a short day, and I think it's set up, Stumpy. You know, when you have a day like that, I feel like the next day we're sort of building towards something. Yeah. You know, we're paying our dues for the fireworks for Championship Sunday.
And we've seen the big heavy hitters now. We've seen how they handle the teams that are, as Cole was saying, are the underdogs. How do they now face off against other heavyweight teams? With KCorp versus BDS, Gentlemates versus Vitality, they're going to be gigantic slobber knockers of series. It's going to be huge viewership, not just on this stream, but also on all of the other streams that we got going on, especially for KCorp and on Gentlemates too. I am very excited to see just how big this Sunday gets.
Well, the big storyline, though, and you can see it on the headline down below, is that the French are coming, and that's so true. 8 out of the 12 in our top 4 here are French players, and I want to talk about that. And why not start off by talking about a player that I think exemplifies at least our esport at this point. It's Zen.
Yeah.
This guy, French as well, is back and looking as good as ever.
I mean, look at that. Look at that kickoff right there. That's Vitality, and other teams just don't do it. They did it twice here. Zen both times. Just getting the perfect kickoff for his teammates. 2 goals for Vitality. Look at that score. 6 seconds, 2 goals up. And Zen Cole, it's just about how effective he is. He's not just, jumping around, flopping around like a fish like Stumpy would in Diamond 2. Right. He is so precise with his movement.
Yeah, every time he goes for a pre-jump or some sort of read, it seems to pay dividends, and I love that as well. 2 minutes, 20 seconds into overtime. He has the foresight, the wherewithal to use the ceiling. Look at that. It's like as soon as the pass came in from Radosin, Zen knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he then had the ability to do it too. But it's not just that. It's this here, Stumpy, going for these bumps, getting in the way, knowing when each type of play is needed.
That pinch below was from Alpha. How dare you take it away from him? Because that is he did that a couple of times, and they smashed it out. And Zen all over the pitch is pre-jumping. And I say, Cole, it's not just the on-ball plays, it's also where he finds himself when he's challenging people. When here, only looks to go up, Zen basically forced him to, and he then pre-jumps it, gets control, still has like 50 boost, and then gets a flip reset onto it, nearly the second, and thinks, haven't got that, okay, I'll cover it, and then it ends up going neutral. There's so much off-ball play that we're seeing from Zen, and Vitality were linking up.
Amount of time you're buying for your team, and this is something that I think's been the narrative for this player. We've seen so many mechanical players in Rocket League, but what Zen does so differently is he uses it not just to score, but to enable his teammates. And allowing your teammates to have that space and time is so massive. And I love how well the other two have adapted around him, trusting that that space is going to be given.
The thing is as well, usually when you say enabler, that's reserved for the worst player on the team.
Yeah. It's like they're the glue,
For players like myself back in the day that was just enabling the better players.
You didn't enable
on the
anything,
team.
CJ.
Yeah, that's right. Can't have a back for you calling me a diamond
for a
too.
moment.
No more
let's get to some more French gameplay. Why not? That's what it's all about today.
We get some more OCE gameplay instead of just what CJ.
Yeah, no, we're going to talk about KCorp and Vatra now, because again, this man, this team in general, but this man is on the hunt for only the best, Stumpy, and it seems like he's getting ever and ever closer.
And we also saw that he's brought on 2 new teammates in Rise, an old teammate, and Atto, former Team Liquid, and KCorp are working beautifully around each other. So far, and this is an outrageous number, Vatra has made 23 Championship Sundays in a row. That goes all the way back to the RLCS 21-22 season, Winter Regional 1 when he was playing with Queso. That's when Rise was with him the first time. He's not missed a Champ Sunday since then, in any of the RLCS events. How is that possible?
Well, it seems that everything that Vatra touches turns to gold, because not for the first time, all the players that with his previous iteration of KCorp, they've all made it here to the top 4 as well. You got Exotic with Team BDS, who's smashing it in the top 4. Itachi with Gentlemates, who, of the teams that have made it to the top 4, maybe they're the biggest surprise, and they are looking like maybe the best team here apart from KCorp. So it just seems that if you want to have long-lasting life in Rocket League Esports, team of Vatra. That's what we've learned.
Can I also just quickly chuck on another little stat that I found about Vatra? His average RLCS placement since January 2022, so 2 years now.
It's a long time ago.
Is second. That's insane.
That's so consistent, isn't it?
3 Champ Sundays in a row, and he gets average second. And that's including like worlds and stuff.
I'll do you one better.
Go on.
Zen's average placement first.
I'll grow up.
Not over 2 years though, is it?
Hey, well,
2 years.
that's a good chance to bring it back to Vitality, because we're going to dive into our series to highlight right now. And yesterday we mentioned it was a little bit lopsided in terms of those winning teams, but there was one that was relatively competitive. It was Moist versus Vitality. Cole, this was great because Moist did put up a fight and got some great goals out of it.
They really did. I mean, the first game, Vitality went 3-0 up after about 50 seconds, and we're all thinking, oh my goodness, Joy, you finally run out of luck bringing new players onto Moist. But they put up a fight. They kept on doing it something. They go a couple of goals behind, which was frustrating, to be fair, but they kept on getting back, but Vitality just had that extra level.
It was literally the only game that they got smashed in, and that wasn't a difference by 1, was that first game. That was, what, a 7-3 in the end, I think it was, something like that.
Saves as well were great.
Yeah, that was the only one where there was anything more than a 1 goal difference. I was incredibly impressed by Moist, and I think that's one of the series said it yesterday too, you look at the series score and you think, oh, like 4-1. Right, that's not that exciting then. Honestly, that's probably the one to go back and watch yesterday because it was actually really good and Moist had some brilliant goals in there.
It shows, though, they lost 4-1. I know they played well, but for me, that shows the gap right now, between the top 4 teams. There's still a gap between the rest, and it's just the French teams.
Well, Stumpy said goals, and I just got on to the best in my head. I always love this section's top 3. You know what's happening. That was the worst transition ever. But let's get into it. Top 3 plays. Hey, Cole, why don't you start us off with number 3 with Itachi and Seiko?
I would love to, Leaf. It is number 3 of Itachi and Seiko. This is at 0 seconds. Cast your eyes to the top of the screen. Itachi there with the double. Gets it down, and then it's not the most mechanical play you'll ever see, but I think it's pure instinct. For Seiko here, to speed flip into the ball, there's not many pixels he can play with to stop it landing, and he gets them.
Number 2, here we go. It's Atto, and at this point, they're already 3-0 up. They're already dominating. And I mean, it's automatic. As we said, Stumpy, we cast this series. It was free play for KCorp, but look at the precision. Atto is stepping up, looking so strong right now.
But number 1, mate, you have to go to Joyo with a sideball redirect.
Bang.
Bipping it top corner. Rado has to sit on the goal line and think, okay, can he do something special here? Oh, yeah, he does. And it's in. Zen's car literally stops, and he's like, you know what, fair play. Alpha put a nice one in the chat. That is our number 1.
Hey, you guys are going to do all the plays. I want to get involved. A little bit of a bonus here. This one wasn't an immediate goal. You know we wanted the double tap, but Exotic, another French player to watch out for. You don't see the Devos too often. Wasn't as fast as Devos, but I still love the recovery. Being able to have that presence of mind that I should stay on this ball, I thought that was worth the mention at least. Disagrees? No?
I liked it. No, I like it. Good stuff.
I agree. Leaf,
Good,
share as many
because if you
goals as want
disagreed,
from
you're
us
off the
today.
show.
Keep them coming, friend. Oh.
Oh, do you make those calls?
I absolutely do not, but I pretend that I do.
Well, you're responsible.
Let's I want to move on because our next segment I've been actually really excited for here. It's pop quiz time. And I would love chat if you guys wanted to get involved too. Don't worry, if you get it wrong, we're not tracking it like we are tracking the predictions. But if you want to get involved in chat, feel free to spam away here.
I'm tracking it, by the way. I'm actively reading your guys'
Can we not
answers.
just assume that Shogun's gonna lose? Because if he was being tracked, he just would.
I love it. Well, as I said, pop quiz time, but there's not one game master this time. We're all going to get involved. We all brought a question here, and we got our whiteboards to answer each other's questions that hopefully proves some sort of narrative that we can talk about afterwards. But let's get into the questions. I just want trivia time. Stumpy, you drew the magical number to go first here.
Yep.
So hit us with your cue.
Right, so our first question, if we can pop up at the bottom so I remember the wording that I've got. There we go. Out of the top 16 teams, which team has the biggest difference between their peer predicted placement and their actual placement in this open qualifier?
Oh, top 16.
So
yesterday.
you'll remember that we got all of the teams to rate each other, see where they'd be finishing, and yeah, what's the biggest gap that we've got, positively or negatively?
Okay.
My answer has changed after seeing it's the whole event and not just yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I had to do some maths for this, by the way. I had to get a spreadsheet going. I know.
Did you get the old abacus out?
I got an abacus.
Because there's 2 teams I have in mind,
okay.
and I imagine
You got to
both are
commit,
actually
Leaf.
probably
You got to
right.
commit.
I'm
Somebody's
game
gonna ban
master.
you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What are your answers, everybody? Belligal, forward, and oxygen. Right. What? None of you are right. I'm going to get that out there first. But one of you is incredibly close. The second biggest difference was oxygen. They were minus 5.2 places off where people thought they were going to be. People thought they'd end 4.8-ish, around 5th, and they actually ended 10th. The actual answer is Team 3. People thought they were going to be finishing at around 12th or so, but they actually finished 5.4 places above that.
That's
I'll
why
put
you
my
always
hand up.
bet on Mark by 8. Always.
I've misunderstood the question.
Wait, what did you
went
think?
on what I thought it was what the team predicted themselves to get versus what they actually got, because I think Ford put themselves first. Is that
They
correct?
did. Yeah, Forward did put themselves
So,
first. Yeah.
I didn't realize it was for the average chat. Okay.
Yeah. Peer predicted.
All right, let's move on here. I want to get Cole's question next.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. I'll wait for the exact wording because it might come in. Oh, do you know what? I know it. Of the teams that played yesterday, which one scored the most goals?
Good question.
All right, I'm gonna go with this.
Thank you, CJ. I needed that from you today, man.
All right, I'm ready.
Are we all ready? I'm gonna give you 2 more seconds. 2, 1.
Okay, I'm
Right
ready.
answer.
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Reveal.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
CJ and Stumpy are correct. Unfortunately for Leaf, they're called Vitality.
Oh,
not
come
Leaf.
on.
So no points for Leaf.
Oh,
But
come
Thank
on.
you for playing.
You know what I went with?
goals.
They played an extra
17.
game. It was 4-1 over a 4-0. So
That was
I'm sorry that I tried
that
to
was
be
my
efficient
thought,
here.
and they had a 7-3 in there, which was big.
Yeah.
And I remember
So
asking
BDS
T-Rex, is this going to get any
Okay.
kind of record, and it didn't.
Okay,
BDS
that's
scored 15, KC scored 14, and Gentlemates, they got 9.
okay, Cole, you're not allowed to talk anymore. You didn't give me a point. CJ, what's your question?
Is it my time to shine? All
It's
right,
your time
ladies
to
and
shine.
gentlemen, Drally on debut right now. It's superb. He's made top 4. I want to ask you guys, because he's got a chance to join an exclusive list. Which
Wow.
players in today's top 4 won in their first ever RLCS event? Drally, if he wins today, will join this list. Which players? But could be one, could be more than one, out of today's top 4 teams. One on debut.
And only in the
Could
top
shout them out
4.
for your responses. Only out of the top 4 teams today.
Well, okay.
This is
This is a
very
histo- this is a
interesting question.
historian
I think there
Okay.
could be a few.
A few.
Okay, yep, I'm good.
I'll
I'm
just
good.
go
Give
one
you
more.
guys a little bit more because this is not just writing a number or something. There's a name.
Okay, I'm
Let me
ready.
know when you guys are ready.
Yeah, I'm
I
good.
hope chat's having fun playing along. This is really fun.
Yeah,
Well done, chat. I'm seeing some comments.
I'm using
some are
their,
right,
I'm
some are
copying their
very
homework,
wrong.
to be honest.
You better not be. Leaf, I will ban you from this game so quick.
All right, let's see them. 3, 2, 1. Put them up right now. Let's have a look.
I have answers 3.
Zen, Seiko, Monkey Mood. Hang on a minute. Vitality plus Vatira. That is so wrong. It is
Okay.
correct, Cole.
Oh,
Zen, Seiko,
Monkey
and
Moon.
Monkey Moon. Won in their first RLCS event. I want
It's
to give
true.
them
I
a
don't know
bonus
why-
point as well. If you guys can get this, there's one other player in European RLCS history that also won on debut. Who was that person?
I've
not
just
gonna
realized
get it.
how
I'll just tell
stupid
you.
my
It's a fun
all of
fact.
Vitality was.
It's a fun fact, and this is a great stat. It is Fairy Peak, won in Season 4 on debut. So
wow.
there are only 4 players in European history. All are world champions. Drally could win the
Wow.
list today. Will he win after that? There you go. There's some stats for you guys.
very good.
W's in chat. You're welcome.
Great question.
Okay,
Good
All right.
questions, everybody.
my turn, and then we'll get on to another fun segment. But all right, here's mine. I wanted to keep it fun. I wanted to keep it light here. My question is: yesterday, how many ping pong balls did Seiko throw at Itachi during the interview with CJ?
Oh,
CJ, if you get this
my-
wrong, you were involved in this.
I want to say,
How many ping pong balls?
All
were thrown
right.
at
That's the best question.
yeah, it's between 2 numbers here.
Okay, well, you only get to choose one.
Go there.
You can't do a 0.5, CJ. You got to pick one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm between 2, but I've got it.
half a
I'm ready.
ping pong ball. Okay, are you guys ready? I flip your boards. Let me see.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. We have a 3, and trois, which is a 3.
Yep.
Okay, well, why don't we count it out
4?
together? Let's count it out together.
No way!
Yeah, let's get it on screen here.
Okay. 1.
And
One. Chat, everybody count. Make sure you count. 2.
Come on, one more.
3.
That's a third one there.
4.
Oh,
5.
what? How many did he throw?
Wow.
Ping pong balls.
That was great.
The point
Sorry,
of
That was a
Sesame
great
Street.
question. Thank
point
you.
of that for my narrative was that a team that works well together and has synergy in person will perform well, and the Gentlemates have been doing exactly that.
Now, why is it whenever I throw something at Stumpy, he just looks angry?
Well, that's
You
just
throw
the
it
kind of
really
person he is.
hard, and it's normally a brick.
Heavy book.
Yeah.
Sorry, I broke your face with my bricks.
All right,
That's what happened.
let's.
Cole won that, by the way. Well done, Cole, with getting my question right.
Yeah, Cole smashed it.
No, points do not matter. We're not tracking. Let's move on.
Oh, that's fair.
Let's move on to a section we're calling One Reason Why. We have 4 teams left in the top 4. That's how it works. And we're each going to give a reason for one specific team as why that team might win today. I'll start us off here and talk about Team Vitality. Now, I was going to take I'll just take the cheap answer. Zen.
That's not enough. That's
Is it not enough?
Surely not.
He is at 28 goals right now. The next closest In the top 16 was Seamus with 21, and top 4 Exotic at 20. This man is an offensive powerhouse. And
I mean, I feel like, no disrespect to Simas, but if your second is Simas, it's not like, that's a really good stat to prove your point.
What I'm saying.
So harsh
what
to
I'm saying
Simas.
is that no one else
He's not going to win this event, is he?
No one else is close, though, is my point.
Disrespect, because whatever you're about to say is fully disrespectful.
I'm saying that if you're saying someone like, oh, someone beat Simas, it's not going to be like, wow, they're the win a regional.
But no one in the top 4 is close to this man.
But I reckon if you chucked in
and Zen's not good.
if you chucked in like an alpha in there as well, I'd go with you. But
There's one reason.
All right, I've had enough of this. Cole, who do you have?
All right.
I've got Team BDS, and my reason is that this is the second coming of Exotic, looking like a man reborn.
It's true. I can't deny it. I've always. I don't want to. I want to be that guy. I was going to say I've always rated him, but I hate people that do that. Like, I always knew he was good. But
You hate people that have always rated Exotic.
Yeah, I just think, I'm looking back to the World Champs 22, 23. I mean, he was always popping off by Team Vitality back in the day. Right now, though, they're looking comfortable now. They faltered down into Swiss stage, Stumpy, but I've really thrown this away from you, Cole, by the way. I'm really happy with your point.
You take it away, CJ. This is great, man.
He's really good. He's
We
looking
could be
really
allies.
I think it's all right.
It's okay. Yeah, I mean,
Listen, do we want stats? Because off the top of my head, his average from last season of KC score was 388. Yesterday it was 596. Just to get it across, just how much more
Yeah, but you
dominant.
know who's going to win? Actually,
Stumpy Goblin.
you know who's actually going to take it? It's KCorp,
Ron.
ladies and gentlemen.
No.
It's going to be them. And the one reason why is because Rise Batira. That's what you need. That's all you need.
there's a piece missing there,
Did you
though, huh?
lag in the middle there?
No. So it's
missing.
Rise Batira.
There's 3 players needed to win.
One more time, Stumpy.
Rise
Atto.
Batira. That's all we need, everybody.
Oh, that makes a bit
They're
more sense.
literally
As
a
team.
better team now, and they've been so good previously. They're the highest rated team by all of their peers at 1.8 as well. Therefore, everyone's scared of them. They're running scared of the blue wall.
My question, though, how do their stats compare to Simas?
Rise.
Well, they have the highest goal
Batira.
differential, which
They're
means
looking really good, guys.
they're on offense a
Guys,
lot.
they're looking really good. But there's one team here that is the absolute underdogs. That is Gentle Mates. And I'll tell you why they're going to win. Because these guys have a chip on their shoulder. They're the leftovers team. They're leftovers of the other top 3. They've come together. And if there's any motivation to win, it's when you guys are pushed to the side, having to form your own team, write your own path. I think they can do it today. No
They're
nerves.
also quite
Pressure's
French.
off.
Very
Fair to
fast.
them. Very French indeed. They've got a
I don't think
Tachi
that's an
who's
advantage
rocking.
when every other team is also.
No, you know what? There's a point. I call it the take 3 effect. When you kind of come in not really knowing what to expect and you just kind of give her. I think that's the Gentlemates have that element to them right now.
Good reasons for all these things. Which actually,
well.
Yeah.
to be fair, that the problem is that, like, often with things like this,
Right.
someone has to say something that thinks ridiculous.
Yeah.
But we all know that any of these teams can win because they're all brilliant.
All right, we got to get to some very important business. We have to see how predictions are going. I just really want to see Shogun at the bottom again.
There
Chat,
we
remember,
go.
We're predicting all throughout the entire season, and we're tracking everything, including your predictions, chat. So you got to take them super seriously when we get to them. But Stumpy is still at the top. Honestly, nothing changed yesterday.
Yep.
Because we
all went
all
the same.
predicted the same stuff. Yeah. And we were all right. So there you go. But maybe that can change today. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick so you guys know what teams are playing. It's really not that hard. Hopefully you guys would have this memorized at this point. KCorp, Team BDS will be our second match. We're going to be starting down at that bottom. Only 2 teams are going to be able to make it into the grand finals, and 1 team will be crowned champion of our first European Open qualifier. Let's start off with that bottom matchup. Of course, it's going to be the Gentlemates taking on the reigning world champions of Team Vitality. Now, I was backing up the Team of Vitality because of Zen, but then we have Gentlemates with CJ. How do you feel in this matchup? I mean, you gave us one reason why. How hard can you stand behind that?
Well, not too hard once you see my prediction, but I think it's going to be close, and I think they can get the job done. Vitality, though, we talk about average placement. Zen's average placement is still first. It's hard to knock winning form, and in the RLCS, Vitality always step up. However, Gentlemates, as we said, they're the new kids on the block, chip on their shoulder, leftovers team, and they have a lot of confidence. They're not watering their plants in the background because they are so locked in to winning this regional.
Yeah, I think as well, I certainly think that Gentlemates are good for a couple of games here. I don't know if they'll take the series, but the quality that they've got is worthy of something. They have got a world champion on their team in Seiko. They've got players that are more than capable of getting to that level. And the first player that we saw as well, Juicy, I mean, Stumpy, with Moist last season, when they were at their worst is when he'd lost confidence. But he really seems to have found that with this roster.
He's such an incredible confidence player as well, and you're completely right, where if he is shaken, you can very much see that. He doesn't understand where to go. He's going to hesitate a lot. That is not the case on Gentlemates. They're definitely supporting him. He seems a completely different player on that team. But Vitality, they are the only team that do not have any completely different players. They've stayed the same. They've got that winning formula. They're coming off the back of winning the World Championship quite a few months ago now. But they are incredibly solid. And we saw yesterday, Alpha and Zen in particular, two of the best players in the world in that individual series. You really can't make any arguments against that.
Yeah, I that was going to be my other point about Team Vitality, and another reason I could have given for one reason why. They have multiple reasons why they can win this. I mean, as you said, they're the only squad that's coming in still used to each other because they're the same squad as they were when they won the World Championship title. So all these other squads under pressure have to learn how to deal with each other. Sure, we've seen teammates match up again like Vatra and Rise, and it's not like any of these players are bad enough that they'll fall to shambles, but that's one little edge that Team Vitality is going to have over the other squads when it comes down to it.
Look at that as well. You see Fairy Peak in the background, assuming a regular gaming posture position. Lovely to see from him. A world champ and a winner on debut. Getting back to my beautiful trivia question. But, Gentlemates, on the other side of things, I feel like they have some question marks, and the question marks I'm looking at is still back in the double Helium bracket or format or period.
They lost to Endpoint.
This qualifier. Well, they lost to Endpoint. However, you look at Vitality, they're not perfect either. They first round of Swiss, they lost to 100% in game 5. Both teams have, their moments, but I think Gentlemates have found form. I think this is going to definitely be closer than the series we saw yesterday. But I'm expecting at least, I want to say 6 games in this series.
Yeah.
I think our semi is going to be 6s and 7s. And we have to bear in mind too, Gentlemates, they did go through BDS 3-0. They bounced back quite easily from that Endpoint defeat. They then beat Endpoint later. They are very happy to go forward and learn from their mistakes. So it's going to be an absolute banger of a series.
Chat, get your predictions in. Remember, we're tracking this, so be careful. Let's see if you match up with us. I, again, have a feeling we might have a boring start to our predictions today. CJ, you mentioned it. You might not be able to back up your one reason why when it comes to your predictions. So we may as well throw ours on the board too, because I do believe it's been a sweep once again on the desk for Team Vitality. It's really hard.
We'll be wrong eventually
with
these sweeps.
It is.
If we keep predicting that everyone's going to, go the same way, at some point CJ will get it wrong.
But we didn't yesterday, and we might not today. Vitality, though, Stumpy, until we see them falter in the RLCS, what reason do we have to pick against them?
Yeah, you can't really, with any good conscience, back against Vitality. We have seen mistakes. They did lose to 100%. However, early tournament nerves, you see that happen, or complacency, whatever you want to put it down to, they still lost. However, yesterday, that was not a losing team. We've seen the form they get in on these championship Sundays. They're at the end of events, and they only get better and better.
I mean, I'm sure they're looking for the answer as well, but what do you do when you're the Gentlemates? I mean, what's the approach?
Keep playing
you know what you're up against,
right?
I mean, I'm just looking back at the match that Vitality did lose against 100%. Every game was 1-0 or 2-1. Really tight. So maybe that's what it is in Vitality. Just don't let them score. Hope you can get them on the break.
This will be a close series.
I don't know if chat's just trying to throw or if there's a lot of believers behind the Gentlemates, because this is a lot closer.
They're a huge dog. They're a huge
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. I've seen this. I saw the team stream. That's true. There's a lot of Gentlemates fans out there. We'll find out if they're going to get a victory for their squad, because we do have the Gentlemates up against Team Vitality, the reigning world champions. We'll find out if this ragtag squad of Gentlemates can take down the superior force.
So here we go then for our first Championship Sunday of the European region. Ready to jump into it. We've got 3 matches coming your way. One champion though, Johnny, about to hit to the field.
This is how you set the tone for your Championship Sunday. You take down your rival team in France. I mean, we've got to the French regional, Shogun. This is it from here on. It's the top 4. It is France time. And as we know, there's a fierce rivalry between these two organizations that a lot of Rocket League fans may not be aware of. Gentlemate's just joining the Rocket League scene. But there is no team they would rather beat than the team facing across Manfield Knight.
And that title is still there for anybody to claim. Vitality under this roster still have not been eliminated for an RLCS tournament. That has now been going on since the middle of last year. Can that be displaced by this Gentlemates roster, or are they just going to be another name to add to the tally? That double commit's not going to help them at all. Alpha's going to leave it. Person and Zen not seeing any real reason to jump forwards.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about Vitality. They've had some hiccups along the way. They've had some tough series here and there. They've had some losses on their record here and there in double elimination last season. But they've never been eliminated. Zen has never lost an event. He's 5 for 5. Vitality with Zen are 5 for 5. And it's, you know, not the team that we were talking about coming into this weekend. Gentlemates were that, you know, we're calling them leftovers, which I feel does do them a disservice because they're not a leftover squad. They did choose to team with each other from early on in the off-season. But they are the extra players. The players
they
that
are
were last to
leftovers. They're
announce.
leftovers from a 5-star restaurant. Like, it's still high quality that we're working with over here. Yeah, I mean, a very quick way of getting rid of that. You go and win this. You're not talked about like leftovers anymore. You're the team that eliminated Vitality.
Oh.
Now the ball left. What a stop from Alpha.
I love the fake on the initial setup there from Seiko. You know Vitality were scared of his double tap there. Seiko needs to be that player today, I think, for Gentlemates. He needs to cause problems for the opposition. He needs to create those opportunities for Itachi, one of the best finishers in the entire world. Seiko looking for the double tap. Alpha with the effortless catch in the backboard to send him free. But yeah, so far I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Seiko. He's very active and he does look dangerous on the ball.
Well, we saw earlier on in our pre-show as well as how well Vitality were kind of reading the plays and pre-jumping. That's something that the left... Oh, almost went for that one. Oh my goodness. It's something that Gentlemates managed to get a little bit too far into that narrative. That's gone over the top. It's at the crossbar. Seiko in and out save, and Itachi will clear it long. But they need to make sure that those pre-jumps are not something available. They've got to get Vitality second-guessing them. And that will slow Vitality up a lot.
Yeah, Zen's read a couple plays back-to-back now, shutting down Gentlemates at one end and immediately transitioning to an offensive threat at the other. That's the danger man. He always has been. I feel like he always will be. The scariest player on the ball at the tail end of last season. Corner wall double from Juicy itself to post. Oh my goodness, I think that was a surprise to Alpha how close that was to the net. Seiko nearly got in before the defender could get the ball clear. Gentlemate's giving Vitality a lot to think about game one.
Yeah, those plays are so dangerous as well. If you do see players trying to dive forward to get a demo, and Seiko narrowly able to jump just in time. Now we go to the opposite side. Itachi bullying Alpha! And Alpha is just too strong!
Well, Alpha had to shrug off the physical play, and then he had to really quickly jump up to save the shot. It's not the best clear by Juicy. It's pounced on by Zen. Alpha's able to recycle and recover well on the ceiling after being bumped again. I mean, Alpha just resilient to all the physical plays, including the one of Radosin, his teammate.
Listen, Radosin's a bit of a wild card on occasion and have him no other way. Now Zen, flip reset, backboard. Seiko didn't get contact!
What?
And you have to get to that ball, or Radosin will make it 1-0.
Well, Zen with a huge flip reset to the backboard. Radosin placing it underneath Itachi. It looked like Itachi would have a piece of this. He was expecting Radosin to shoot high. Radosin uses the underside of the card to shoot it beneath him.
So 1-0 Vitality. Now Radosin looking to try and add to it. Reset gained. Doesn't get too much power on the shot, but in comes Zen. Fake out the first player. Just over a minute left here. Gentlemates have a good fight a bit, but they need to find that big chance. Is that now incoming? Yes, it is!
Well, an immediate response by Gentlemates. And it's Juicy who gets the goal. Radosin trying to clear the ball, just ended up centering it straight to Juicy. That was not the touch that he wanted. And it's already a tie game. Gentlemates fighting back quickly there, seemingly undeterred by Vitality's aggression.
Vitaly went for that delayed kickoff yet again. Had a lot of success with that yesterday against Moist Esports. This time around, not quite as much, but do keep an eye out for those. Itachi will control up against Radosin. Just sticking with it, just trying to get in the way as much as possible. Now in goes Zen. Good first touch. Might pop out. It's all up to Radosin. What decision you want to make? He went for the shots. And now it's up to Vitaly. They're going to scramble back. Zen will be around, and they're just going to control.
Well, Zen with a lovely 1v2 in defense, but he has been stopped from making that 1v3. Itachi lob pass. Seiko couldn't get the end of it. Back to Itachi now. Juicy charging in. He wanted to double tap that off the ceiling over Radosin, but Radosin did close the distance in time. 10 seconds remaining in game 1.
Everyone's on the backboard. That's not a good clear, though. Directly into the path. Now Juicy. Has he got it? Yes, he has!
He's done it!
He snipes it!
Well, in a lobby full of French legends and francophones, it's Juicy who gets the second goal, his second goal, to go 2-1 up with just 2 seconds to go. And that one came against the run of play. It looked like Vitality were pushing for the late win. Can they play a safe kickoff? Yes, they can. That should be game. Juicy goes for a third. He's gone for the hat trick. He didn't have to, but why not? It's 3-1.
You've got the win. You know Vitaly had to send the house. They tried something off the kickoff, and it did not work. Gentlemates come from behind and win 3-1. And Johnny, I really want to just talk about Juicy real quick, because he's probably the player that might have raised the most eyebrows when it came to this team, because he did not necessarily have the greatest career over on Moist Esports, but the rest of the teams around him and the rest of the French community know just how good this guy is.
Yeah, it was inconsistency with Juicy on Moist, but I think he showed enough promise, he showed enough ability on that team that when Gentlemates went for him as a third, I don't think anyone was surprised. He was the obvious next player in line. But if you were to rank all of the French players right now, you guys at home can do this if you want to. I think everyone would put Juicy number 8, because you've got the whole Vitality roster. You've got Vatira, you've got Seiko, you've got Monkey Moon, Exotic, that's 7. And Juicy being 8th is not bad. It's you're behind 8 absolutely world-class players. But yes, he's just come into this lobby and he scored 3 against Vitality in the top 4 of the first regional event of the year. So yeah, he's showing that he is not to be judged on the season we've just seen. This is a new Juicy, this is a new team, and they are here to play.
I think what was very impressive to me as well was the confidence. Just rewinding that second goal a little bit, there was a missed clear from Juicy, and he didn't panic and scamper back into net. He stayed in midfield. He realized that his team doesn't really necessarily need a third man in that position. They need a way out of being in defense. He provided it. I mean, what can you even say about the shot he provided after that? That was unreal.
Yeah, good finishing. I mean, Itachi was talked about as that kind of player last season, so if they've got a couple of finishers now with Juicy and Itachi, nice save there by Itachi, by the way, to kick things off. Yeah, I think Seiko's going to be having a great time on this roster, just centering the ball, knowing that there's going to be someone there every time to slot a shot top bins. Looks like a rare miss on his end flip reset to get game 2 underway, and now Alpha and Radosin getting a bit tied up in defense. Vitality need to calm down here. That was a bit of a tough loss at the end of the game. They went 1 goal down with 2 seconds to go. Even for a team as experienced as Vitality, that's going to rattle you a little bit. But now you're into a clean reset here, and the worst thing they could do is start tripping over each other and making unforced errors.
It's where the ego starts to come in, isn't it? You're the world champions. How dare you go and beat us like that? We're going to try and show you just how good we are.
Well, I might not be right to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, Shogun. I was reading the pre-game chat between Alpha 54 and the Gentlemates roster, and I've got to expose him a little bit here. He did say, "Hey, gentle noobs." So clearly there's vicious trash talk in between these two teams. I've got really no love lost between them. So, I mean, take from that what you will. Is Alpha toxic? Oh, what a save! No, it's not a save. It's gone in. He nearly punched that one off the post, but it has gone in. It's another great shot by, Juicy, to go 1-0 for Gentlemates. I think it might have even counted as an own goal there from Radosin. Of course it did.
Well, that's how they do it. I mean, we have already seen from Vitality, they do their best work after an own goal.
That's true.
So we might just see what they've got now in the remaining 3.5 minutes off. But for the time being, Gentlemates have got Vitality jumping at everything. And now I almost feel like sort of the preemptive moves that Vitality got known for, especially yesterday against Boys,
wow.
they're starting to backfire because they are puppets on strings.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Juicy is having a phenomenal game. That's a pre-flip interception, fake flip reset to leave the ball for Seiko, who drills it top shelf. Seiko accepting the center ball from Juicy that time, who scored 4 this series and now assisted 1. That's 100% goal participation for Gentlemates Juicy.
Is this the biggest threat to that win streak of Vitality's? They have been beat in best of 7s. They have not been eliminated from any tournaments after that, though. One of their losses coming in double elimination, which was also pretty much the only format they had for this roster last season. Seiko will control. It's back out to Zen. Vitality need to get something going here. They're the team with only 1 goal. Every single play we get here, Johnny, Gentlemates send 2, and often fake at the first.
Wow.
There's Alpha and Zen are
What
having
is
an
this?
argument amongst each other, and maybe the first misplay there from Juicy.
Yeah, the communication is broken down for Vitality. Zen with a nice save on Seiko's double tap, but they are in big trouble here, Shogun, as Gentlemates keep the pressure on. And if they can do this, if they can just keep sticking the ball over Vitality's heads, it does appear that the mistakes are coming for the defending world champions.
Oh, Radosin couldn't win the challenge. Tried his best. Itachi's now on the board. This is a mauling from Gentlemates.
Yeah, the beautiful pass by Seiko. Radosin did well to get goal side, but he flipped the wrong way, and he could not keep the ball out of the net. This is just incredible from Gentlemates that they're keeping Vitality in their own half for this long. Just remember back to last season, it's not that long ago. Nobody could do this to Vitality. When they did lose, it wasn't from being completely out-pressured, it wasn't from being outpaced, but that's what's happening right now. Vitality just not able to keep up with the Gentlemates roster, who are reading each other on a completely different level right now.
Infield pass, Radosin has to back up for it. That leaves the ball open for Juicy yet again. I mean, what do you even say at this point? This was not how I expected this to go down. As you mentioned, whenever we have seen Vitality lose games, they've been close. They've been even matches where they've been relatively dominant, keeping the opponents in their side of the field, and then just so happen to get caught on the break. Never before have we seen a team this confident. And maybe the first time that confidence might be rattled.
Well, that's a really unnecessary goal for Gentlemates to concede, to be honest. They've got both of their last 2 defenders on top of each other, and they've lost to 50-50. I mean, that is a pretty good illustration of why you want to spread out in defense when you're playing Rocket League, no matter what level you're at. Said 1 touch is less likely to go past both of you. Gentlemates make a unnecessary mistake and allow Vitality an easy goal to start the potential comeback. This is another chance for Vitality. Seiko's blocked it. Alpha 54 wants to double tap. He misses. Vitality all of a sudden are coming to life.
Vitality do need to figure this out, though, a little bit. They need to stop falling for the fake plays. Alpha easily beats the ball. Seiko! Oh, he calls Radosin into action. That was an unbelievable angle even to attempt from.
A minute to go. Alpha 54 misses his flip reset. He didn't have a lot of boost to get that one. It proved to be insufficient. Gentlemates giving a bit more space to Vitality now. I think they're afraid of overcommitting like they did in the previous goal they conceded. That is giving Vitality looks at the midfield. It's giving them looks at passing plays, which were not really there earlier on in this game. Nice jump there by Zen over the top of the demo. Offloads to Radosin down the line. He wants the shots on target, which Juicy had covered. And was that the right option for Radosin there?
20 seconds left on the board. Zen tries to get the ball in field. Does, but not to the player necessarily wanted. Alpha was covering the goal more than he was trying to look for offense. Alpha still blocks. Seiko gets the angles. And with this play, Gentlemates could very well have secured their second game of the series. Half the job done, half the job still to get finished.
Well, it is completely against the expectations that we had after seeing Vitality yesterday. Obviously, Vitality and Gentlemates have both had 1 loss in this tournament so far. Vitality lost course, in the Swiss stage to 100%. Gentlemates lost to Endpoint in the closed qualifier stage of the competition. Vitality have called a timeout, so this is their moment to try and sort themselves out here. And I think it really does come down to communication. So many of these goals involve Vitality players stacking up in the same area of the pitch, and you don't have as much coverage. And that's, I think, one of their biggest advantages last season, Shogun, is that they spread out so well. It was just impossible to get the ball past them. And if you did get it past one player, there would be another Vitality player lining up to stop you before you could do anything with it.
It's almost double-sided, isn't it? Because you've got, obviously, what you just mentioned, that they're spreading out, but also, when they did send one player to challenge, that player won. More often than not, the challenge that he was going for. For those of you just joining us, by the way, for your first RLCS tournament of the season, then there is a different player behind Vitality. It's not Farah this time around. This, Johnny, is the biggest first test Fairy Peak could find himself in.
Yeah, it is a difficult situation. You might be thinking to yourself, how could that be difficult? You know, you're a coach and you're joining, you're starting off your coaching stint with the defending world champions. But if you look down the lines of Rocket League history, world champions mostly don't have the dominant split in their
I'm sure BDS can attest to that last year.
Yeah, when a world champion team can come back and continue being the best team in the world, that's, you know, considered the exception in Rocket League history. So this is not an easy situation for Fairy Peak by any means. There's in fact so much expectation on this team, and I know that they put a lot of expectation on their own shoulders as well. It looks like that tension and that pressure playing against their toughest opponent of the entire weekend is starting to get to them a little bit, because yesterday there was none of this. They were fluid, they were free-flowing, they were dominant against Moist in the quarter-final, and that was a Moist who looked brilliant in offense. Vitality were able to beat them 4-1. Gentlemates, so simple stuff in offense. They were just quick, they were reading each other well, they're communicating at a different level from Vitality, and that's very clear to see even before you listen into the comms video after the tournament.
Over on the opposite side of Fairy Peak as well, you've got Eversax, who's looking to try and prove some things after being moved on from KC. With him and Itachi trying to add more and more to their records. What a way to start off this team this would be. Now we do have the timeout buff over towards Vitality. Let's see what they can do with it. More importantly, can they now get that rotation sorted out, or are they going to start tripping over each other again?
It's actually dispossessed mid-air by Zen, who's left that forward dose in. Early signs would indicate the Vitality are giving each other information early. You know, as someone who's had the honor of listening to Zen's frantic French comms in person, I don't speak a lot of French, but I can just tell he's communicating a lot of info. Alpha didn't need to be told anything on that play, that he just barrels through the last defender single-handedly. And where did it all go wrong for Gentlemates? Where's the second player to help out the poor last man?
Not often have Vitality had it that easy getting from defense to offense. Alpha just found the gap, managed to line up the defender, and now we've got Zen on the kickoff. Gets a good challenge win, but the landing afterwards just took him too far to the side. It's on the opposite side here. Itachi find it quite easy. Doesn't get the ball followed up. Seiko skied it, and he's offered a bit too much of an easy way out there for Vitality.
Juicy does well to absorb Radosin's challenge in defense. I think that's something that Gentlemates have to be giving credit for, as they've anticipated Vitality's aggression. You know, Vitality historically having a very aggressive team with their first player, really giving opponents no time. Alpha looking for a second one, it's off the bar. Zen might follow up, no, it's wide of the net by the time it reaches him. Juicy again in defense, clearing the danger. Suddenly there seems to be a whole lot more of the pitch for Vitality to play in. Will that be something Gentlemates can use to their advantage? Will they bait Vitality forward like they did in game one?
Yeah, you've now got the big question of, do you try to step to this, or do you allow it to happen? And wait to see what options come your way. Seiko's just going to power the ball along, realize he doesn't have too many offensive options. So might as well just grab the territory, but Juicy has missed the ball. Takes out the player, so it's still a good play from him. Radosin now clears long. Alpha wants to get to it. Juicy understood the task. I don't think he was in a position that he wanted to be in, but he understood he's got to get something on it before Alpha does.
Yeah, Juicy didn't jump in the right direction, but he adjusted quickly midair to get something on the ball. And you know, in that situation, you just have to get any part of the ball to make sure that the attacking player doesn't have a clear shot at it. Itachi calling Juicy off that one. And then intercepting Radosin's touch. Here's Juicy again. Has a quick shot fired to the top shelf, but oh, hold on. Where's the ball going on this play? It's in for Alpha 54. He beats his man in the back corner and makes it 2-0.
That is just outright pace, and Alpha 54 is a genuine menace in this game. Scores the first goal, grab the second. I do not think that is somebody that wants to be losing.
You know, sometimes last season when Vitality were having an off day, when they're having an off series, an off game, it was Alpha 54 stepping up and showing his experience and helping Zen with the heavy lifting. I think this has put Vitality at ease a little bit. Oh, they've nearly overextended there, though. Zen lunging forward did get the ball pretty cleanly, though. That's exactly the type of mistake they were making last game. They can't fall back into that, especially after doing so well to go ahead by 2.
It's gone again, and a little bit unlucky that Zen wasn't able to get there quick enough, because they do like to just go for the outplays and then pass the ball to somebody else mid-air. Vitality haven't been comfortable enough. Alpha's won another challenge. Alpha is being phenomenal throughout this game. They can't stop him.
Alpha just completely read that touch. It's not the best touch by Seiko. He kind of hits it straight up into Alpha 54. Vitality will take it. After the worst possible start to this series, they have responded with what we call a champion's response after that timeout. There's still time for Gentlemates, and Itachi's got a reset. He's got Seiko to his left. Seiko with a slow shot to the top corner. Looks like he may have been expecting the goalkeeper to pre-jump inside of the net there, which would have been countered by that back wall self-pass. Vitality are not falling for Seiko's tricks on that time.
Alpha Law touches him background, and he has found Alpha. That's now a way through. Seiko has missed the ball. It was a lot to ask, and they just don't have the numbers left. Gentlemates need a goal soon. This might be the chance. Huge whiff. But it's just not been as effective this time around from Gentlemates. The hits that they are getting, especially in offense, have been weak. They've been easy to deal with for Vitality. And Gentlemates have let off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I think they may have given Vitality the way back into this. I'm wondering if it's that goal they conceded at the end of the last game. It didn't amount to anything in the second game. They did win it pretty comfortably, but it seemed like after that goal went in for Vitality, the fact that it came from a Gentlemates double commit in defense, it came from a very unnecessary mispositioning by their last 2 players. Since then, they have not been as aggressive. Hold on, Juicy with a ceiling double tap attempt. He misses it, but Seiko's there. He misses as well. Well, it would have been a great goal for Juicy. Didn't have a lot of boost to navigate the rebound portion of the shot. Yeah, great stuff mechanically in the setup for sure. I want to see that aggression showing. I think Vitality were making mistakes when Gentlemates were putting the pressure on them. And now that they've been given a bit more space, a bit more time on the ball, they are back into their comfortable zone, and they've just dominated game 3.
Yeah, it's just been almost sort of a lack of control, I feel. Like, Gentlemates have gone back into the typical get ball, hit ball as far as they possibly can. When you look in towards the games, and especially the goals they were scoring, all of them were fake flip resets. You know, I can potentially do this. And giving Vitality defenders multiple options to have to consider. But if you sit on a camera of a Vitality defender in the last 5 minutes, there's one option. You just have to go and cover it. So I feel like Gentlemates just aren't leaving the book open and forcing Vitality to make decisions.
Yeah, I want to see, especially since they still have that series lead and they still have their timeout in the bag for later on in the series. I want to see the aggression from them in this next game. I want to see them really go for it. I want to see them maybe take a couple of risks against Vitality. And I'm, not really talking so much about risks on the ball. I'm talking about the risks with the positioning behind the challenging player. It's the second man, the third man for Gentlemates that can maybe be a bit more aggressive than they were in that third game. Don't let Vitality outplay one of your players and get control of the ball again. Vitality, they've won a game 4-0 there, but they still look far from the dominant force that we're used to seeing from them. Alpha 54 put in a shift and a half there, but when it comes to being a full team and a full, I guess, synergistic team, I think Vitality have still got a bit to go.
might also just come down to who can peak at the time. I mean, we already saw Juicy put up some serious gameplay in those opening 2 games. Kept quieter in the last one. Last game, it was all up to Alpha. But you look across to all 6 of these players, and there is just so much talent, so much pop-off potential as we do get ourselves ready for game number 4. Will it be triple match point for the Gentlemates, or are we going to be all tied up 2 apiece? Let's get into it over at Manfield Night and find out the answer to our question, Johnny.
I'm very much expecting Vitality to come out hot in this game now that they've got a win on the board. I think that's going to settle any nerves that they had earlier on in this series, and they probably come in more aggressive than ever. Oh my goodness, they've just conceded already though. Zen had no boost rotating back from the kickoff. Alpha went for the aggressive demo, and Redosin just plays for the risky 50. I mean, that is not the play for Redosin. If Zen's got a boost, that's fine, but Zen doesn't have boost. So either Redosin's not been informed of Zen's ability to get middle, or he's just completely misplayed it.
I mean, even then, you don't want to go on the outside of that challenge, because there's only one way. You don't want the ball moving inwards. They might have been caught yet again.
What?
Oh, wow, any momentum that Vitality had is gone. Zip. You will not see it.
I mean, that's the same thing again. That's 2 infield passes to a third man. You know, they're infield passing off of 50-50s. They're trying to control 50-50s middle. We had Redosin on the sidewall doing that for the first goal for Gentlemates. Now we got Zen doing it mid-air. But when you're doing that and you're passing to your third man, it is so risky. Oh, they fired back before we can even really talk about it. They're on the board. This time their aggression does pay off. Alpha just over the top of Seiko. Juicy was covered in the double, did not have Redosin's shot blocked.
Yeah, Alpha just banked all that respect that Gentlemates have got for his outplay potential, made it look like he could try and hit the double tap. Instead, left it for a teammate, and now we get another kickoff. Vitality are at least trying different things. They're trying to cheat up as close as possible and win front right. It's usually something that you can succeed at as well, because a lot of teams, especially when they're trying to default kickoff, they try and lose back to the corner that the third man is. Oh, Vitality, oh my goodness, Zen goes for the Doomsy dish, and Seiko saves it from the post.
Man, I really wish I could wall dash like that. I feel like if I was in that position, I'd just be driving along as a spectator, watching the ball do his thing. Zen catches up with controlled wall dashing and nearly finishes it off to the surprise of Gentlemates. You know, credit where it's due. We mentioned at the start of this game that Vitality are likely to come out all guns blazing. They've played 2 infield passes to their third man and got caught out both times by a Gentlemates roster who expected that. So great stuff from Gentlemates covering the infield option that Vitality like to use.
It does seem like this game has finally settled down. Juicy leaves it. Incredible play from Redosin to spot the player off the ball and cover that rather than the one that Bullcam might necessarily be pushing you towards. Seiko gonna try and go for the outplay. Who goes to him? It's Zen. Gets a clean win, and he actually managed to communicate to Alpha, who didn't get the best first touch. Zen will still scramble for the play. Juicy clears to Seiko. Again, beat a little bit too cleanly, but where's that follow-up? Vitality are getting clean wins. They're not getting much afterwards. Now the drop-down pass. Zen not gonna jump.
Yeah, Vitality again looking for that pass into the middle of the box, into the middle of the pitch, and Gentlemates. I mean, they've played against this Vitality team so many times on different rosters now, even on the same roster. Great overhead clear there by Itachi to keep Vitality at bay again. But yeah, they know what they're up against here. Vitality are a known entity at this point. I think the aggression has been anticipated well by Gentlemates on several occasions. And what can they do against Zen's aerial play here? Zen with the catch almost at ceiling height, but he didn't have a flip to work with for once.
And goes Alpha. Decides to fake out, doesn't want to get challenged early by Seiko, and he's outplaying so many. The goal line defense, now we have to start looking towards the boost totals. Gentlemates need to try and keep some level of control of their back corners. They've done well enough of it, and they are out of defense, at least temporarily.
It really is turning into a battle for the center circle. So many lobbed passes into that area being contested by both teams at rapid pace. Itachi fakes the wall play, cuts in field. He fakes a flick, goes down to the ground again, nearly had the 1v2 play, but Redosin stopped him. You know, surprises me. I've got to be honest with you, I didn't expect Gentlemates to look like that 3-pronged offense that all the best teams in the world do these days. Zen actually missing a wall dash there in defense, but still gets back to the ball like it's nobody's business.
Gentlemates have been one of the most difficult teams to rate coming into this.
Whoa.
But that is a clear that I rate none whatsoever. Radosin put it into the ground, and Gentlemates put it into the net.
I mean, he made it so difficult for himself. He tried to double tap it off his own post into the back corner, and after his first touch, he realized, I can't get back to that. I've just centered it, and in his attempt to fix his own mistake, he just exacerbated the issue. I mean, that is a gift for Gentlemates. One that they didn't need. They're creating their own goals, Shogun. It's 4-1. And it's Itachi from the middle of the box. And that is just what he does. It's what he's been doing for well over a year now. And it's the worst possible time for Vitality to fall behind by 3 again.
And yet again, Johnny, it's that after kickoff scramble. We've got another one. Gentlemates just absolutely dominating. After that kickoff, they know the correct decisions to make. Opening 3 goals all came from catastrophic decisions from Vitality. And it does feel like they've kind of thrown this one away.
Yeah. Maybe we could maybe put the second goal down to a good interception from Gentlemates that Vitality did not expect. Hold on, that's a great passing play. Even Seiko is going to deny that one, and he's got the double save as well to Alpha's shot, which went straight down the middle. Yeah, I think minimum 2 goals this game have come off big misplays by Radosin. You know, don't like to highlight him, but you know, you mentioned earlier, sometimes off the back of Radosin's biggest blunders, Vitality produce their best performances. Are they trying to use that trick a bit too much? Oh, there he is, scoring at the other end. So it could still be happening for Vitality. Zen with a ceiling reset and a dunk middle. And of course, Radosin's there to finish.
31 seconds. They've got to score the first of these 2 that they need with at least a second left on the clock. And even then, we've seen the kickoffs not necessarily go their way.
Wait.
Zen off the kickoff is just taking a straight shot.
Yeah, Juicy darted back there. I think Zen might have been smoke screened, unaware of Juicy's quick recovery, but good turn back to the net there by Juicy. Making sure that they're not going to give another late goal. Whoa. Oh, wait, are they? They've just done it again.
Oh my goodness,
they've double committed in defense. What are they doing? And Radosin is there.
Well, Eversax, if he's going to take a timeout at some point, the big word that we screamed is don't double commit. Stop doing that to yourselves.
I mean,
they
could have
themselves out.
They could have done absolutely anything else in that position, and it would have been fine.
Nothing.
They pulled the only play out of the bag that ended up with the goal in their net, and now Vitality actually have a chance. Can they get anything going, though? This is a pretty tricky position. Radosin's diving in with no boost. It's gone against him. Itachi could not slot, though, and Zen might have a chance. No, it's shut down by Juicy in the middle with Seiko. And surely, no, Zen keeps it up. Is it going to stay up? No, Juicy has absolutely no time for fun. Grounds it, and we will have a 3-1 lead for Gentlemates. But that was not the cleanest ending I've ever seen.
And that's twice they've done that to themselves as well.
It
and we
is.
saw what happened last time. They looked really, really peculiar in the game after a big mistake. What are they going to look like after they did 2 of them?
I mean, I get the impression that their style of comms might involve calling who's got the ball. Say, I got. And when you got a bunch of people saying I got, and you know, you're not like, you're just saying what you want to do, and you're not listening to what the other players want to do. Maybe not the best idea there, but I have no idea what on earth went wrong there for Gentlemates. That's bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. They're 4-2. They're cruising. They've got control of the ball in defense, and they decide to bump each other out of the way and give Radosin an open net. I mean,
great for
Radosin's
Radosin.
actually, he's finished the game with 3 goals.
I know, he gets
4
to say that
saves,
that was not his
700
fault.
points. Like, and this is why you can't trust points per game, ladies and gentlemen. Radosin just topped the scoreboard at 732 points, and I'd say that was a pretty bad game from him overall. But yeah, wow.
Carried.
Gentlemates 3-1. What a team.
And now the biggest chance we have seen so far for this Vitality roster to get eliminated. It does feel like this is now or never. This is the best opportunity any team has had, and it is on the first Championship Sunday of the new season. Gentlemates, triple match point, and Vitality have got to send us to Champions Field just to stand a chance.
Yeah, if they're going to lose this one, they've got to just go out on their shield here. They've got to play their game. They've got to do what they did all at the tail end of last season. 5 RLCS events in a row, 3 European online events, and then 2 European LAN events for Vitality. Is that streak about to end at the hand of their biggest new rival to the scene?
KC tried, BDS tried, everybody has tried. But a brand new name with old names attached to it have stepped up. I can't remember, like, as much as it has been made about, you know, Vitality might have just taken away the World Championship from KC. They look like their biggest rivals on that day of the World Championship. Two names attached to KC during that, Itachi and Eversax. My goodness, would this feel great for them if they won here.
I think Gentlemates definitely have got the most upside. That's not going to be an easy turn, though. Alpha winning that race by a mile to go up 1-0 for Vitality. I think that might just be a race you don't even want to bother taking. Seiko taking way too long to turn. Had absolutely no chance in no man's land. Once again, Shogun, it's Alpha 54 who puts Vitality in front when they have looked like the team to beat in this series. It's the veteran who's been leading the charge.
Yeah, Alpha has been incredible in short spurts so far. I need that now for a good 15 minutes. Cannot afford any more silly mistakes. It's a good opportunity. Zen just going to put himself up. And he made the goal so much bigger. Radosin makes it 2.
Well, he ended up in front of the ball, and it looked like he was playing for the air dribble bump, but he was actually looking at ball cam the entire time. He was going for the drop-down pass. That is so creative by Zen. He knew the goalkeeper would be there, didn't even have to look, and he perfectly made contact with both the player and the ball.
Now Itachi, reset was gained earlier on, used it to just try and drag that ball a bit further. Zen now, gonna go down the side. Gentlemates are trying to cover the infield passes that Vitality were using so often in the previous games. Now that they're not being utilized, those wings are so much easier to infiltrate for Vitality. Good turnaround challenge there from Alpha.
Oh, Zen's done well to block Seiko's attempted center. This is really, for me, the key for Vitality for this game. Just make sure that you play the ball from goal side. Do not get dunked on while you're looking for that infield. It's actually with not a lot of boost in his back corner. Juicy picked up the 100 as it spawned. He's past 2 here, Juicy. He's not past Zen, though. Zen, in fact, as last man, ships it safely to the right of Juicy. He was flying in for a block attempt.
Dosen was low on boost. Want to try and claim that midfield. He has actually got rid of one player. Would probably like to try and turn around and get rid of Juicy. He's only got 12 to his name, so he's done well just to get one player out, and he might just stick with this. The 12 boost, that was not a half bad investment. Well, more demos. Vitality running ahead of the ball, getting rid of the third man. And Gentlemates need to either start avoiding that or at least communicate that that's going on so they don't suddenly have those rotation problems yet again.
Well, Zen calls Radosin off this, pre-flips a catch. I think Gentlemates for that entire exchange were very comfortable in their own back corner. Once more, just waiting for that Vitality mistake. They've been doing this for a few of the games this series, and it's worked sometimes and sometimes it hasn't. Their only loss, I think they played this style a bit too much. But don't forget, they do still have their timeout available, so playstyle switches will be easy. Oh, one touch by Seiko. That was an unfortunate bounce for Radosin, who had the Gentlemates defense completely scrambling with his double tap attempt.
Yeah, Vitality have looked very much in control of this game. That's what they needed off the backboard. Itachi tries to get to it, but far too slow. Zen's got himself on the board, and Vitality smashing this game.
And Zen with a very instructional rebound there. Notice how he lined himself up with the ball as his teammate was about to boom it into the backboard. It's a great tip for all of you guys wanting to try and improve your own rebounds in your own games. Much easier if you only have to read the height of the ball. If you can see exactly which angle it's bouncing back at. Oh, Itachi has just smacked the post from point blank range. You got to think that that must have been a tougher angle than it looked, because on the director cam, it didn't look like a tough angle at all. But surely Itachi, of all people, would have slotted that if it was open. Is this open? No, it's not. Zen darts back and shuts the door.
Zen is wiped out for his troubles. Itachi trying to make something of this game. Double commit, double the chance to get rid of it, and that is exactly what happened for Vitality. Just need a couple more clears, and they can claim this game for their own. 3 goals the difference. And Vitality have won. They have done so in style. And they would rather a very boring following up 2 games. For Gentlemates, job seemed far easier about 4.5 minutes ago. Now they know what they're up against. That one's a little bit too high. Juicy's going to try and clear, and Alpha will very happily see this into the corner.
Yeah, this should be the conclusion of the first Gentlemates 3-match points. This is the best chance anyone's ever had to eliminate Vitality from an RLCS tournament after the acquisition of Zen. They have failed their first attempt, and now the big decision. Do they call a timeout right now, just try to figure out a game plan for Game 6, or do they save that for Game 7? So I think that's the call they've got to make right now. And Eversax, the coach, he's made some interesting timeout calls in the past when he was KCorp coach, sometimes saving it for that Game 7, when it seemed like taking the momentum away from the other team might be a good idea. I'm sure that Gentlemates do not feel tilted at this moment. They're not the kind of players who would. But Vitality were, close to. I think I don't want to say flawless. I don't want to say their best, but I think they were much cleaner in that game, and I think taking that away from them would have been a decent decision. They decided not to do so, Shogun. They did not call the timeout. They're not interested in taking away Vitality momentum. They think they've got the winning strategy already.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen previously as well, Vitality have had games like this and then not been able to replicate that. I mean, Vitality, we can say many things about their gameplay today. Consistent is not one of them. So yeah, it is on them to keep this going for 10 minutes. You might as well ask the question of them of, all right, we're just going to keep this rolling for the time being, and if we need it, we need it going into game number 7. So I do like the decision. The big problem, though, is Zen started to get going in that last one. It was not necessarily Alpha quite as much that needed to just barrel through every single challenge. Here we go, game number 6, and Johnny, we have broken the curse of the weekend. No more 4-0s, no more 4-1s. This series is at 3-2, and we might even go 3 each, or this is over.
Well, if the majority French super teams couldn't deliver us a game 6, I don't know what we'd be watching. Nice save there by Alpha to kick things off. That was almost, it looked like it might have been on target and off the post from Juicy's pinch. Here's Zen at the start of Game 6, already looking dangerous. Now, after Vitality's first game win in the series, they took a lot of risks in the following game and they got shut down. Will Vitality be able to keep Gentlemates under pressure without overextending with their third man? That's really what I'm looking out for. I think Vitality's third has to think very carefully about which passes you go for, which plays you go for, what angles you take 50-50s from. It's this very intelligent Gentlemates roster who are defending brilliantly to keep this ball away from danger. How long will it stay away from danger?
Oh, Itachi's going to take the shot. Nobody dared challenge him. Just wait to see it come forward, and then they were going to clear. I do like what Vitality have done with a player just in front of the ball, looking for these demos, looking for these bumps. Worked so well in the previous game, but do Gentlemates have an answer to it? Itachi now off the wall with Seiko in support. They've all gone up. Radosin got enough on it, though, but Seiko can stick with this play. Zen. Alpha misses it. Still keeps Zen going. It's a bit of an off angle, so instead he looks for the bump, and Seiko had to scramble to keep that ball out.
Yeah, Gentlemates knew that was coming. There's a lovely fake to set Zen up, and when he's in that kind of open space with an air dribble, there really is no player who's more dangerous at the moment. Gentlemates knew that sending 2 would be intelligent. Zen with the corner ball double. He fakes it for Alpha 54, who strikes the post. Now Zen with the follow-up. Juicy with a save. Oh, what a defensive play by Juicy.
That was exceptional from Juicy. The recovery to keep himself alive in that play. Exquisite. And now he's down to the opposite side of the field. He wants to get Radosin's car, couldn't quite find it. Juicy coming alive when his team needed him. Itachi out to Juicy yet again. Keeps the ball going, goes low, gets Alpha all scrambled, but Radosin now gets back. Both these teams having very good looks.
Oh, what a play.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, catch and flick immediately there by Radosin. Previous to that, it was Zen getting bumped in defense. He had to dodge that while trying to make it clear. The physical play coming out at both ends of the pitch.
Juicy realized there might be a player behind him. Just get rid of it to the far side. Has that boost turned up there for Juicy? Well, he's not got the car anymore to utilize it anyway. Respawns on the same side. So many blue cars stuck in one corner. Got to keep boost priority at the moment. Itachi cheats up so well. Good read of the play. And that's got his team some breathing room.
Yeah, well played by Itachi. Spotted Radosin, cutting rotation, made sure to get to the ball before Radosin could. For the first time, I think we're seeing clean performance for both teams for the most part. They have been extremely physical, making it very difficult for each other to get clean touches without the threat of a bumper demo. Well, a read by Juicy. His first touch is not the best, but that's still pretty ideal to shut down Alpha. Zen with 12 boost. For him, that's plenty, but he's stopped by Seiko.
Yeah, realize that he just needs to try and take the challenge. Don't go for anything big where you might lose the ball big. Alpha off the ceiling, almost found the bump on Itachi. And almost found the bump is the best way to describe this game. Zen almost found the challenge. Itachi avoids disaster. Now Juicy caught in to save the shot.
Oh, great control by Juicy. Catches the ball on his own goal line. Brings it clear under control. That keeps Vitality from getting that follow-up shot that they're looking for. To follow-through demo from Juicy on Alpha. Zen and Radosin trying to play a 1-2 midfield. It has worked out, but Seiko's on the backboard, covering Zen's follow.
We've seen a series so full of mistakes, but now we've got a game where no mistakes are allowed. Whoever blinks first, oh, Itachi almost gets Alpha out of the way. You got to keep an eye on the ball. You got to keep an eye on that player next to you who is trying to demo you. It is total Rocket League at the moment.
Oh, still Radosin!
That! Oh, dearie me!
Of course, the cleanest game of the series had to have a bit of Radosin spice added to it. You never know when he's going to strike for either team.
All right, well, that was a heart raiser. As we keep going out, Juicy can't win it clean as he almost got it into the path of Itachi. But those who realize he's got to slow this play down. Still going to pop that ball out a little bit too much is Alpha. Just enough, but Radosin's just gone flying past the ball. Radosin's got to calm down here. He is all over the place. And he's set up his opponents. Radosin needs to bring the heart rate down.
Well, you know, Radosin, he was trying to pretend that he had boost there in that previous play where he floated past the ball, hoping Gentlemates would believe him. They didn't. They knew he was just being Radosin. Now, can they make anything happen in 0 seconds? It's infield to Radosin, but he's missed his open net.
And thankfully for Vitality, that is the case. They're gone for the delayed kickoff yet again, tried to get it into the path of Radosin, doesn't quite work, and now they are up in defense. Can't afford to get in their own way here. Zen 0 boost, tries to stick with it. Radosin 0 boost, tries to stick with it. And Gentlemates will start again.
Well, it's incredible. The win condition for both teams is the same player. Oh, no one called the post. Juicy to Radosin, blocked by Alpha 54. But really, who could find Radosin first? Here he is. Booms it into the ceiling, just barely a touch of the ceiling though. Alpha missed the rebound. You know, every touch Radosin makes has me on the edge of my seat. Well, it looks like even he's camped down now and he's waiting for Zen to work his magic. Back pass to Radosin, might be the right play at this moment.
Seiko is waiting. So was Alpha. Good read of the play. Goes ceiling, reset gained, delays it. Couldn't quite get enough power to wrong foot Seiko. Zen's going to delay. Radosin's turning inwards. So is Alpha. Said Zen might go the whole way by himself. He's got everybody jumping.
Oh, and here's Radosin. This could really go absolutely anywhere. It's into the sidewall. Back middle for Alpha 54. And Gentlemates are queuing up at the near post here. This is not an easy clear. Radosin blocked by Seiko.
How on earth did Seiko have to read that early on? And Vitality have backed out. They ran out of boost. And instead have to start again. Here goes Zen. Bump on one. Doesn't get the second. Itachi delayed.
Alpha looking for a bit more volatility on that pinch center ball. Juicy reads Zen's miss. So much space for Radosin here. He's got the mid boost. Here he comes. What's he going to do with it? He's got all the options. Goes for net with a thunderbolt of 2 miles an hour, which was blocked by Gentlemates.
Now we go infield. Nobody around for Vitality. Seiko tries to cut inwards. Faked it out. Radosin is beat. Now Zen's up next. Gets enough. Sticks with it. 2 minutes of overtime played. Gentlemates get the goal. They will go to the grand finals. In goes Seiko. Backboard. And Zen prevents the double tap.
Huge interception by Zen. Seiko is dangerous there. Now it's Radosin with the double tap. He's blocked at the key moment.
Alpha plays the angle rather than the ball. In goes Zen. Asking too much of even himself. Who's got the boost? Itachi lays claim. Juicy now up next. Alpha in a bit of a rough spot. He can find himself too far forward. Oh, he went for the outplay, and his team is now stuck.
Yeah, 50-50 was a safe option there. Alpha played it risky. It's on target, but saved by the same man. Gentlemate's knocking on the door now. Vitality answering with the softest of counter-attack attempts down the middle. That's denied by Gentlemates as well. Vitality just giving the ball back into the middle. It's so dangerous to do that when Gentlemates are lurking. And it looks like they might have got away with it just about for now.
Pinch clear between them. Vitality just trying to look for any amount of boost. Who can get rid of it? Redosin, huge flick. Juicy's too far forward. He has to scramble back. And Alpha, look at the pre-jump. He's having none of that backboard play. He wants this played at his own pace.
Well, 3 minutes of overtime. This has been one of the most nerve-wracking OTs. It's Vitality trying to keep the win streak alive. Juicy's backwards. He can't really challenge Zen too well. Redosin now pounces on the loose ball. Can't get it away from Seiko. He's missed the boost steal as well. Doesn't need it. He's playing for the zero boost wall shot, which trickles into the corner.
Oh, Itachi's avoided being hit. Gentlemate's playing with fire. Redosin in the corner. Good challenge from him. Out to Seiko, looking for the sidewall double. Defenders were ready. 2 defenders were ready.
Whoa.
3 defenders were ready. But that is a little bit over-prepared, if you ask me.
Oh, the whole lobby in one little triangle there. And now Redosin's pre-jump Juicy. At least that forces him high. Juicy with the 1v2 attempt. Zen adjusts necessarily and gets the clear. But here's Juicy once more. He gets on the wrong side of the ball. 4 minutes of overtime. Both teams have had an equal share of chances. And nobody's taken any of them. Redosin passes off to Seiko, but Zen is there to cover him. I feel like Vitality have centered the ball more than Gentlemate's left. That could be it. No! Alpha scrambles back.
But we keep going on. Gentlemates have controlled the last few minutes. And it just seems like any moment now, that streak will come to an end. Alpha keeps it going. He's got Redosin midfield. Who takes the challenge? It is Itachi. Controls so well. How many chances have Gentlemates had? None of them over the line yet, Johnny. Zen, Juicy read him so quickly.
Yeah, Zen playing that very close to the wall. It's a dangerous way to set up your air dribbles. Much easier for the defender to get in the way of it when they can just use the wall as a launching pad. Now another double commit from Vitality, but it's gone back to Alpha, who seems to have control here. Oh, it's much smarter that time by Alpha, just going for the 50-50. You don't need the outplay, a much safer way to just go right through the ball. Like here's Redosin with the flip reset. Decides to, in fact, leave the ball. Now 5 minutes into OT, it's back to Vitality aggression, but decently heavy touch there from Itachi. Breaks up the pressure. We're back to a pretty even position.
Good clear, and Seiko's around. Zen had to get there in time. Zen's also turned. Alpha and Zen this time double committing. That means there'll be nobody on the far side. And now Seiko charges ahead. Who can he get a hold of? Chooses not to go for the demo. Alpha had to jump. It's all up to Juicy. He's got a lot of work to do off this play. Seiko's around. Decides not to take the shot.
Oh, a huge defensive stand there by Vitality. They're making it tough for Gentlemates to get the goal. Itachi's left it for Juicy, but a dive bomb saved by Redosin. That's phenomenal stuff.
Keeping the options alive. Keeping the streak alive. Alpha off the wall. Second touch. Easy enough. Itachi's just lived on the backboard and he's done so much work. Juicy next one up. Zen turns. Oh, that's on target. And Redosin already sat in the right spot.
Oh, what a read by Redosin to know Zen was hitting a back pass from a pinch. And now here comes Redosin for the win. He's done it. Redosin strikes for Vitality. And we're going to game 7.
Just go down the line. No flip resets. No double tabs. Let's just go direct. Let's go to Champions Field.
My, oh my, I just wonder what it's like. I wish I could just understand the thoughts going through Redosin's head for just one game. And if it was ever a game, this one would have been a good one to just be in Redosin's head and hear what he's thinking, because he really is just impossible to read. No one can read this guy. Seiko thought that he had the shot covered there. No, you don't have it covered. Redosin's just going to effortlessly slot it bottom left. It's a great technique to finish with a low boost situation. Of course, by the way, Gentlemates have called timeout, as you would expect. It's,
I think I need it, mate. I need it more than
let's just relax for a second here. We've got to game 7. It's not been the cleanest series, but what a game that was. It had its moments, but there were some unbelievable defensive plays at both ends. In between all of the chaotic plays at both ends. Alpha ended up with 9 saves. Seiko had 7. And Radosin's bouncing on his chair. You know that's bad news when you face
loving it.
a bouncing Radosin.
He lives for this. There are just people out there that the pressure doesn't mean anything to them. They love situations like these. They love it all being on the line. And I think Radosin very much is like that, as is, well, all of these players. You have to be able to step onto fields like this one. So, timeout has been called, and it is all about setting yourself up for Game 7. Eversax is readying the troops. Fairy Peak will be doing the exact same over the side of Vitality. But to me, Johnny, this has been such an inconsistent series. It's all about who can just get as close to their peak as possible.
Well, you know, Vitality are pretty close to their peak right now, as they hear the words of wisdom. If there's anyone to tell you to be careful going into the last game, it would be that guy. I think I don't want to scare Vitality fans. Eversax and his previous team, KCorp, had some of the best win records after a timeout was called. So if there's going to be a team to beat Vitality, it's the team Eversax is coaching after they call a timeout. They only need one game here. They could go many different ways with this. It looked like both teams opened Game 6 with physical game. That was the plan, right? Let's just get in there. None of this. We've got to stop with the clean infield passes. We've got to stop with the flip resets. Let's just bump and demo them. And that, it sounds simple, but it actually is a really good switch up to hit teams with. They both did it at the same time, and it kind of canceled each other out. But are they going to go back to that hyper-aggression, early interceptions? Are they going to let Vitality play their game? I think it's a bad idea if they do, but let's find out. It's Game 7, and it's already Zen firing top shelf and in! Vitality are up by 1 already.
What on earth is this plot armor? They finally have got it to go their way. Vitality having 0 and 4 when it comes to kickoff goals against Gentlemate, but when it matters the most, they've got one off.
And Zen in a 1v1 position there, you'd take him pretty much against anyone in the world not named Rawas. And last time I checked, he's not in this region. Big trouble for Gentlemates. They have had the advantage all series long. And now, it swung against him. It's Alpha, saved by Seiko to keep it at 1-0. What a save that might be. Because if Vitality go 2 up in 30 seconds, you might as well call this one early. Just say, we'll take top 4 for our first event, go next. When Vitality get rolling, they are unstoppable.
Radosin, flip reset, delays it, and has to take 2 players out. Boost stolen as well. So Vitality might smell blood in the water here. Clear is going to take away any offensive hopes from Vitality. Oh, and that was so dangerous as well, but managed to get the buy-in actually, and a full dive. That's Radosin yet again. Just cutting his way through on these defenders.
Cheeky by Alpha, but he set Zen's up. And Zen with the flip reset, stealing double ground pinch after the mind game. Well, how does he even come up with this? He sticks around in offense to look for some demos in the aftermath, but Gentlemates have survived the incoming pressure.
Already up. Who's first to it? Juicy liked his chances. Something that's happening now for Gentlemates is that they're fully diving for plays that they are losing outright. Need to pick and choose their opportunities a little bit more. Alpha's going to continue to chase up. Steals the 100 as well. Does he have the infield option? Does he want the infield option? He's trying to take out goalkeepers, and Seiko had to matrix around and find some way to that ball.
Yeah, it's the second time this game Seiko has stopped Zen from point-blank range. Great defense by the OG French Open Era rookie. And now at the other end is Zen returning the favor. Alpha looking to get it past Itachi. Can't do it. Itachi is looking to bump Zen out of the way. He's now got no boost in the back corner. And of course he goes for the 50-50. Really smart play by Zen there. Buying his team some time. Making sure they don't concede immediately, but they might concede anyway. Nope, Seiko's missed his tuck.
Yeah, difficult to get the fake out when players are kind of directly in line with the ball. It's Alpha controls. First touch kind of let him down.
Oh!
Second one was unbelievable.
Yeah, a little pogo outplay there from Alpha. In fact, he might have attempted to shoot that one on target. It's into their end now, but they've got control. They've got boost. Juicy fakes it middle for Itachi. He's dropping it back to Juicy. Great read on the pass there. Alpha 54 saw exactly what Gentlemates were up to.
Becoming a little bit of a goal drought here for Gentlemates. They are over 15 minutes since their last goal. Gotta get something on the board within the next 2. Zen infield, Alpha goes backboard, double tap, and Seiko again caught into action for the defense.
Yeah, Seiko's his saves in this game have been what's keeping Gentlemates competitive. It could very easily be 2 or 3 for Vitality. Where's the goal? That is the question for Gentlemates. Earlier on, it seemed like they could score which way they wanted, but now Vitality have leveled up, and it's become a whole lot harder for Gentlemates to find any way through to a shot on target, far less a goal.
Alpha can't get to it. Radosin off the wall. So only out to Zen, who doesn't get as much on the challenge as he would have liked, but Vitality have not got the same issue they had in games 1 and 2. Their second player up has been so much quicker to it. There's the infield. Oh! Seiko pre-jumped that in the last game, and he arrived to it when his team needed him most.
Oh, what a pass from Itachi. Seiko barely had to change his angle of arrival. Just jumped and pointed his car at the ball. And in it goes. 1-1. Gentlemates of Vitality delivering with all kinds of drama.
1 minute. Is that now momentum? Double commit there. Alpha, it's only out to Itachi, who misses.
Oh, Radosin really had to use every urge of self-control not to just slam that top bins of his own net, but he instead just left the ball to bounce off the back wall. Incredible mental resilience in the critical moment. Final minutes still in game 7, still tied.
Radosin only as far as Juicy. Itachi waits in the midfield. Doesn't get the ball though, because Alpha has won that so cleanly. In goes Zen. Those are the sort of challenges that defensively you don't like to see, because that ball can go anywhere. Alpha's having none of it right now. He is pre-jumping everything for defense.
He stayed upfield as well. Radosin with space to follow, and it's Zen to slam in the go-ahead goal. 11 seconds to go. Alpha creates a path for Radosin, and Zen got the follow-up first. Slot 2-1 Vitality.
3-1 in the series, and it still might not have been good enough. Gentlemates have got one more chance at this. It's off the kickoff.
You're joking! You are absolutely joking! Alpha half flips, he turns upfield, and then watches the ball go in his top corner. Why? Why would you half flip upfield?
After all the ways we theorized, they might just lose their streak on a wibbly-wobbly kickoff play. Now it's Seiko.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe one more chance to do it in that regulation. Alpha caught in. Next goal will be for the grand final. Alpha controls and it hits the ground.
All right, Vitality, just play a safe kickoff. Give us an overtime goal, please. That'll do. Okay, we're into midfield play. Juicy's got it, though. It's not good for Vitality. He's got a flip to work with. He centers it, and it's in for Seiko. Gentlemates end the streak.
Hat-trick hero. Seiko finishes. And Gentlemates are through to the grand finals. What a series. The streak is done. It's dusted. Vitality now know that they are challenged for this series, and they will have to bounce back in our second open qualifier.
Oh, wow. It looked like a champion's comeback for Vitality. 11 seconds to go. They take the lead in Game 7 after being down by so many goals, so many games. But, you know, a champion's response was countered by a Champ 1 kickoff. I mean, there's just absolutely no reason to play for that risky strategy. You've heard me say it a million times, but I'm sure you'll all agree that was just ridiculous. And it's a high-pressure situation, but obvious, very obvious where it all went wrong there for Vitality to lose the lead. And yeah, you see how much it means to them. They have won more than any team in recent memory, but the loss still hurts the most.
Wow. I mean, wow. The gauntlet is thrown down now. Retaining a world championship is so unbelievably difficult. And Gentlemates, we can now take that leftovers moniker and throw it away. They are full-on challengers for this season. And they will be also very happy to hold that one tight to themselves. They've done it. Vitality eliminated from an RLCS tournament with this roster for the very first time.
It doesn't feel real. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it's happened in that manner as well, but that's what's happened. Vitality, their own worst enemy. It started with a close cheat kickoff goal for Vitality. It was perfect infield pass to come back. And then it was Zen again. Second goal of the game. You thought, okay, it's happening. He's still the main character, but Alpha turned up field in the kickoff, and they've lost their lead. They've lost their tournament for the first time.
And we will be with our second semi-finals after this break.
We have just borne witness to potentially the most exciting series so far in RLCS 24 across all the regions. It was won by Gentlemates, and I am fortunate enough to be joined by their coach, Eversax. And Eversax, I mean, for us, it was brilliant, it was amazing, it was astounding. How was it? First off, welcome. How was it for you and the players in those moments?
Really stressful series. Like I don't think Vitality was playing their best, but like we kind of collapsed when they started playing a bit more aggressive. And I don't know, man. Every time we were in defense, I felt like we were gonna like take a goal, and every time we were attacking, I felt like we were gonna score, and it was never happening. So yeah, it was good emotions.
Was there anything specifically that was said when they scored that late goal in Game 7?
To be honest, we just kept the mental and say like it's not over, let's try something on kickoff, and they kind of gave the kickoff goal to us, so thank you.
I mean, we were chatting before this came on, and you were saying the players were watching Gotogo, your CEO for Gentlemates, his reaction. What's it like for those guys and you, knowing that he's watching on and so many people are watching over there as well?
Like it's really amazing. It's such a like it's so big for the game, and it's so big for us because we receive so much support in our private message, and like we really feel like we are in a family, and that there is a lot of people supporting us. They do everything they can to put us in the best condition possible. So it's really a blessing to be there.
It's sort of, you see that on the pitch, you know, between the players, Juicy, Itachi and Seiko. They seem to have come together so quickly. When they first formed, and it was fairly late on, how quickly on the pitch did they look like they could be a top-tier team in EU?
To be honest, the first 2-3 weeks were kind of rough because we couldn't really figure out how we wanted to play, or everyone was supposed to be on the team. But like we really worked out. Like it was a long break compared to the other years, so we had like 4 months to scrim and to the replay reviews, everything. And like we finally found like our identity, how we wanted to play, and we just kept on working that way. And I'm really glad it's working.
Final question before I let you go and celebrate with your team. KCorp and Team BDS coming up next. What's your prediction, and who would you rather face?
I don't mind facing both the teams, but it's a really tough matchup because BDS, they can be really strong, and KC as well. So I guess I might go like 60% for KC.
That sounds very fair. Thank you so much, Eversax. You got about an hour's break. Go and enjoy it, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I've done it again. It was such a great moment, and I've muted, but let's talk about this. Johnny and Shogun joining me off the cast. Guys, Vitality's unprecedented streak shut down. This is absolutely madness. What a series we had. Johnny, you said that match pretty much casted itself at that point. What a wonderful show we got.
Yeah, we were just reacting to what we're seeing in front of us. You know, one thing, like, I reckon you could have got away with that mute. I don't know if anybody would have noticed if we didn't say anything. We're gonna let you have that one, but you've exposed yourself.
No.
Vitality, man, that's got to be the most painful way to lose a win streak like that I have ever seen. After doing so well to come back to lose, just to the only set piece in Rocket League, it is really, really painful. So yeah, sad for them, of course, but Gentlemates, welcome to Rocket League. What a start for this new org. What a start for this new team.
Shogun, you're speechless.
I mean, I feel like I've had an hour of saying a lot of things about
that. Is true.
Series and a lot of them were the words. Wow, incredible, and also what was that? You know, those are pretty much those three combinations. It's ridiculous. What a way to do it. What a way to cement yourself in there. I mean, we didn't know what to expect. Gentlemen, that 3-0 loss against Endpoint threw us all off. We didn't expect them to be this good. You lost to Endpoint. Endpoint are really good, of course, but they're not gonna put you in a top 4 conversation. They don't care about top 4 anymore. They're looking towards winning the entire region.
Yeah, no, this is a wonderful performance from this squad. I think they're solidifying themselves as we're not anywhere close to a nobody wanted us.
Yeah.
Let's change the narrative to we wanted each other, because this is the squad they needed from each other. Let's just looking at the bracket, what a run for this squad. I mean, to the teams that they're tearing through, obviously we haven't seen Moist quite hit the heights they have in the past. Vitality cruise on through them, and then Team 3, you know, a squad that Gentlemates should beat, but then into Vitality, Johnny, is such a terrifying prospect to try and get past.
Yeah, and especially in that manner, because Vitality, yeah, they started the series very, very poorly. I think, Eversex himself said he didn't think Vitality played their best, which is, is nice of him to say after taking them out of the tournament. But Gentlemates did take down Vitality at the tail end of the series, where Vitality were starting to look incredibly scary. They're on a 2-game win streak. They had the edge in the final game as well, and Gentlemates were able to just come back. They, tried a risky kickoff strategy when you're losing, which is smart, and they, luckily for them, they caught Vitality playing the same risky kickoff strategy when they were in. So they both coin flipped, and in Gentlemates' situation, that's a really smart thing to do.
Well, between these two squads, France is proving that it is the world against them, but we have to continue on here. More French players to hit the field. KCorp off against Team BDS. One of these squads, Shogun, is going to make it into the grand finals to face off against Gentlemates. You know they were watching that series, but they have to lock into this one now.
Oh my goodness, it's nothing but main events, isn't it, today? We have got KC and BDS taking to the field. We've got the established coach over on the side of Farah with Cassio over on BDS, looking to try and establish what he is capable of doing. I mean, we look at the rosters on these. I think KC is the fully no right now, apart from one right there. Over on the side, sorry, I should have said that, BDS, about Drali, because we don't know what to expect here. We don't know how he's going to react to the big stage right now against that org, that team. Johnny, Drali is going to be the player to watch in this series.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more from Drali. I think he's one of the most exciting players in the world right now. Just seeing his development into professional 3v3. He's already, I think, developing faster than I expected him to. I think many others as well. But this is their toughest test. I think it goes without saying. The reunion of Vatira and Rise. You got Rise, someone Vatira. This someone being Atto is also very, very scary, especially with how he played yesterday. This is the first time that BDS are really, really up against it with their elimination on the line.
Right. They're going to have to deal with quite a lot, though. I mean, we've seen the amount of pressure a team like KCorp has when they're on offense. They're a scary squad to go against. And for Drali, this is definitely going to be a moment of do or die. Handle the pressure. And we've seen what the rest of this region is bringing to the table, and to step up to that plate is a big ask. So locking in and forgetting the rest of the world will have to be the strat. The question is, Shogun, is he going to be able to do that?
Yeah, if anything, I would almost argue you need to do the exact opposite. Not do that. It's just another day. It's just another match. You've played these guys throughout your entire time coming up. I mentioned it yesterday, how the community that they've got around here, these guys have played against each other. He knows what it's like to play against Vatira. He knows what it's like to play against everybody over on KC. The question is does he know what it's like to play against them when it's in that room, under these lights, under these circumstances? It is up to his teammates around him, as experienced as they are. You've got Cassio, you've got Monkey Moon, two players right there that are going to be in sort of the captain roles, being the voices around, that need to remind him, hey, you've done this plenty. Now we're just going to do it again.
Right. Johnny, we've seen how one single mistake can be punished so quickly at this level of play. And we saw BDS a little toe-stepping day one, but every team has locked in since then. So it has to be essentially perfect play from here on out.
Yeah, this is the the time for BDS to really put it all together. I do like what I'm seeing from them as an overall team. I'm particularly happy with what Exotic is bringing to the table, because we all know what you're going to get when Monkey Moon's on the pitch, and I think Drali's been phenomenal for his debut. But Exotic kind of flew under the radar on this team. We just kind of thought he'd be sitting back and 50-50ing the ball as Monkey Moon and Drali run the show. That's not at all what happened. Exotic was getting up front. He was playing aggressively. He was very much a part of a three-pronged offense yesterday, which I think makes BDS a lot more scary to go up against.
Okay, chat, get involved. You know what to do. Why do I even tell you anymore? You know what to do. Spam away how you think this is going to go. We're tracking. Keep in mind, we're tracking. And, well, it's not a good start, I guess, for all of us. We'll see if maybe we can turn it around, which really makes no difference, right, if we're all on the same page. So I think it's probably going to happen the same for us this time around. If I'm not mistaken, we talk about how excited we are to see a player like Drali on the pitch, but we are not quite sure if he's quite ready for the grand finals. Johnny, KC just feels so strong. I love this reconnection between Vatra and Rise, and we've seen Atto really step up when it comes to that offensive power.
You know, yeah, I'll go even one step further, and I think if KC can keep playing the way they're playing this whole tournament, they are winning it. And I think this is just another team. BDS are just going to be another victim for KCorp along a great run and their new run with this roster. But yeah, KC to win this one, I think, is going to be very popular according to the chat as well.
Yeah, I guess I can't be too particularly surprised by the result that we've seen here, given the fandom behind KC. But we do have our next semifinal to send one team onto the grands. Both Monkey Moon and Vatra have hunted for the ultimate crew, and today they get to show them off to one another. Who rallied the strongest friends at the playground, and who gets a chance to be crowned king of the castle?
Monkey Moon vs Rise. Exotic taking on Vatra. Welcome to a new age of rivalries. Welcome to the pinnacle of Rocket League. Mark Stumpy Goblin, let's get cracking.
I am still blown away by the previous series that we saw. Vitality couldn't get it past Gentle Mates. KCorp now wanting to make sure that they continue to not play that second fiddle, especially in France. They want to be seen as the #1 French team. Their biggest rival, they've just gone down. Can they get to that grand final and push themselves ahead in the points table?
I'm fully with you. What an absolute doozy that first semi-final was. If we can get half of the quality of that one here in the second semi, we're in for an absolute barnstorming series here in KCorp. How impressive were they yesterday, Stumpy? We had the pleasure of watching those guys dominate, but this is a different level. This is a different opposition. You've got a world champ on the other side. You've got Monkey Moon, and you've got rivalries, as I said, these former teammates on both sides. Vatra having to face Exotic for the first time. Monkey Moon taking on Rise. They all know how deadly they are. They all know each other's intricacies. How will that match up here in this best of 7?
I think that's an important point to bring up too, is that they know each other's strengths, but also they know each other's weaknesses. They know what each other's going to be comfortable and how they'll also want to play. If you can therefore exploit that, especially at this level, when every single movement is going to be held under a microscope later on, then you can absolutely get under the skin of whoever you're playing against. And both these teams coming off a big 4-0 respectively. KCorp going 4-0 versus Endpoint, and Team BDS 4-0ing Magnifico. It was a bit of a stomping yesterday, but we've seen a Game 7 on the other side of the bracket.
And we'll see if either of these sides have learned from the mistakes of the first semi-final. And yes, we have to talk about kickoffs. It is just such an important part of Rocket League, even at the top. You'd think almost every side by this point, Stumpy, 8 years, 9 years into professional Rocket League, we would have figured out how to nullify kickoffs, how to play safe. But again, that's what pressure does. That's what 7 games of the highest level of Rocket League, the mental stress that these players have to go under, it leads to those little mistakes.
And we've seen the physicality also be brought through from yesterday. Bumps in the sky, forcing 2 players from BDS to commit to it. Atto now to this ceiling. The backboard is all his, but Rlcs is going to be sitting up there momentarily at the time when Rise didn't fancy it. Vatra sends it high, doesn't find anybody apart from Monkey Moon. Now Atto with 25 boost, tries to get around Exotic, but Exotic a bit wilier than that. No chances so far for either teams, really rearing their heads and just punting it at each other's nets. First to strike though is going to seem like it may well be Vatra. Again, another double commit. Neither of the players on KCorp are able to really bring it back and then push and punish those touches, especially when 2 go to it as well from BDS.
We talked about the rivalries, the former teammates, BDS, KCorp, but the new kids on the block, the guys that aren't really familiar with these 2 teams. That's Atto and that's Drally as well. Atto, obviously we know what he did, what he can do last season on Team Liquid, how impressive those kids were, and has really stepped up, almost at stages look like the MVP here on KCorp. But you've got Drally, he's that new kid on the block. It's his first ever event, it's his first ever regional, and well, could he be that player to join the likes of Zen, the likes of Seiko, Monkey Moon and Fairy Peak to win in his first ever regional on debut here in the European Rlcs?
It's a lot to ask, especially when you're looking at how he was being a little bit nervous coming into the first series, especially during that Swiss stage. He wasn't quite comfortable, having a few errors, some of them forced, some of them unforced. we're certainly seeing him really relax back into it. And removing Vatra from the pitch, Drali opens the net. Shot from Rise, sees Exotic have to save it. A pass central, Atto not quite to it first as Monkmoon dunks him. Vatra with plenty of time can find Atto on the right-hand side. Anybody mid for him. Rise is there, but it sort of falls between until the bottom, and the low pass. A save again. Exotic stays firm.
Yeah, both events is locked in game one. Not quite what we saw in the first semi-final. It was a little bit scrappy, these two guys, these two teams. So warmed up early here as well, KCorp have had the majority of the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic just doing some work there for Drali, who picks up that corner boost. Monkey moves up though. Here's a chance for BDS pushing.
Oh my word!
He's dead set, Doug's Rise and said, I'll have that one. 1-0 to BDS.
You can try and save it all you want, but Monkey Moon is massive! The dog coming out through the top corner. Lasers from the goal line, and Monkey Moon brings BDS a lead in the final minute.
What a statement, what a power move as well. Former teammate Rise up in the air. Monkey Moon says, I'll have that one. I know exactly where you're going. And the perfect start for BDS that had so much of a defensive stand early on in game one, but the one time they get offense, they capitalize. They made the most of it. What can KCorp do? We know the offense that they possess. We saw it yesterday. I mean, 13 unanswered goals. After game one, it really was one-way traffic. We know that Rise loves getting forward. Right now, we're seeing perhaps a little bit more hesitation from KCorp. Here's a 1-2. That's what we're used to. The high offensive plays. Vatra now 17 seconds. KCorp need to score. They need to find a touch, but there it is. The rookie Drali pushing it forward. Rise trying to go. Exotic keeping it in the other end. KCorp's in trouble. 8 seconds left. Will it be BDS to get the best possible start? Rise trying to force it forward. Perhaps a last chance. Atto's up, but Exotic puts it down. Ball hits the deck. BDS, Monkey Moon, 1-0.
Team BDS starting it off in a way that I think a good number of people wouldn't have expected. As far as I know, all of us on the desk also predicted KCorp. Chat went for KCorp, about 80% to 20%. But that doesn't matter. Until you're on the pitch, until you got the 3 players versus 3 other players, it does not matter what anybody says. And a 1-0 with a monstrous goal from Monkey Moon is going to be giving BDS that lead. That is a great chance of Rise, but Exotic defensively was magnificent time and time again. But look at that, up for one, dunks him, lets his momentum carry him through, and Monkey Moon manages to sneak that goal right underneath the goal, the crossbar.
Yeah, Rise will probably want that touch again, but it was Monkey Moon getting the read, and well, this is the thing, KCorp, they haven't really been tested yet. We saw them, you know, they went to game 5 once in the Swiss stage, but the qualifiers cruise through. Number 1 seed, Swiss stage 3-0, and then they sweep their way in the quarterfinal. Stumpy, we haven't quite seen them being tested, whereas BDS, they had that early trouble. They got swept in the first round of Swiss stage, and they've been able to overcome it. They've learned from it. This will be interesting now, an interesting test for KCorp to see how do they respond when their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, I wonder how KCorp, because we talked about how Vatra can respond to situations like this, and of course, we know that Rise has got the ice. He is one of the iciest players we've ever seen in Rocket League. Atto is also one of the only 6 players from Europe that went to every single LAN last season in the Rlcs. So all these players obviously have that incredible experience. It's a chance though for them to show that it's the top 4. They are one of those top 4, of course. But they need to show that BDS are not there to beat them, and they will not be going to that grand final versus Gentlemates. The side of BDS, though, as you said, CJ, perfect start.
KCorp, as you said, they've been really just bullying all the other teams so far in this first European qualifier. But what happens when the other team can fight back? What happens when you've got a Monkey Moon on the other side of things? Well, that's going to be the true test here in game number 2. And there we go again. It's Exotic this time. So much talk about his offense since being picked up on BDS. And he gets the first very early here in game 2.
Yeah, catching KC lacking at the back. Nobody there. And Exotic absolutely sees it. Snipes it. Sends it long. Atto has to chase, but ultimately sees that ball roll in only 40 seconds. BDS with an early lead. Now Exotic wanting to extend it. Vatra missing that one completely. Maybe realises, okay, my teammates at the back have actually got a better chance at this. But with Atto taking a poor touch, BDS are going to be able to work their way in and continue the pressure.
And this has very similar feelings to the previous series where the favourites, the unanimous pick KCorp, or Vitality last series, just had a slow start. And it was the other side. It was the underdog in the matchup to get a couple of games. Let's see if KCorp can fix things. But there we go again. There's another shot. Oh! Monkey Moon. Atos just floats it in front of net. Got a double save somehow. Could have been 2-0 BDS, but they're keeping the pressure on. Drally staying forward. It's an enormous fake.
Oh, my word!
Monkey Moon top bids. This BDS unit is looking... Oh, they're looking good.
It's the Harlem Globetrotters on the side of BDS. It's a one, an alley-oop, and then Monkey Moon sinks it top left corner. My word, BDS making sure that they are having their presence known here.
And who does that? Who does that to KCorp? We haven't seen it so far this entire qualifier.
I mean,
We're
to
seeing it here
have the backboard that undefended, CJ, no one was able to get to it. Normally, you can send maybe one to the backboard, right? But sending two in a row is extremely unlikely.
But look who started it. It's the rookie. It's Drally pushing forward and having the presence of mind to fake it out. Fake it out for Exotic to come through. Monkey Moon getting the finishing touches as there's another huge save. Once again, from the regional, from the European qualifier debutant. But there's the opening and there's Vatra. Vatra gets the first on the board. Finally, it's taken 1.5 games.
That fake is stunning.
Rise has cooked everyone.
That
attack.
That fake from Rise. Drally thinks that he's going to pitch that up the wall, goes to block that. Instead, Rise jumps, lands at an angle, taps it down, sees Vatra mid. Suddenly, the entire defense is askew, and Vatra can sink it. That is all from Rise. Those are the mind games. That's the level that you have to get to score against this BDS squad. And also, that's what BDS having to do to score against KCorp.
They finally found their first of the series, but there's still work to do. 1 goal to the advantage of BDS, and more attack coming through. Vatra has space, a lot of it as well. He's trying to go the fake, trying to find a nice 50, but then you see it again. Atto, Rise, both backing up instantly. We didn't see that yesterday against perhaps inferior opposition. They're looking to push forward right now. That's what BDS can do to sides. It makes you hesitate. You don't want to overcommit, send the troops. There's a lovely fake. Atto going low 50. It's get back and he's missed the touch. Vatra dunks him in, but Exotic just took too fine of a line to help out on that goal line. And has completely gone around it.
Yeah, can't quite tap it. At that angle, it's so awkward to try and send it to the corner. You have to get it perfect, otherwise you just send it in your own net, and then it's clipped and put on Twitter by various accounts. But instead, he can't get the touch, and that was all coming from the wonderful fake that we saw from Vatra. Leaves it open, lets Atto then take that shot.
Almost another fake play coming through, and that's the confidence. Exotic, Monkey Moon. Drally playing that third man this time, keeping the pressure on. Vatra's lost possession, straight to Monkey Moon, tries to get a double. Atto waiting there. KCorp looking like they're online now. It took them a game to get going, but they have tied the ledger. Back to 2-2. And BDS, well, now we need to ask questions of them. How do they respond after getting the first 2 goals of this game? Drally looking to push that ball forward, finds Exotic. Vatra can't get the... It's an open shot, and he's bounced it into the top corner. KCorp once again have been picked apart.
And tell you what, I didn't expect Exotic to get this. I thought, you see Vatra coming in, trying to go for the block, and Exotic thinks, that's faster than him. That ball's going to get to me before Vatra can block it. Takes the lucky shot that he can manage to get, hits it gorgeously. That right-hand side is open. BDS, yet another lead.
It was that awkward shot as well, where you shoot it sort of almost straight at the defender, at the goalkeeper. And it's almost like tennis when you hit the ball at someone. It's so awkward. You want to go left or right. Natto just got caught in net, right under the ball. Fantastic shot. As you said, that pass was sublime. That's the precision that these top sides have to get it around the pre-jump of Vatra. 1 goal up, but this is a great chance. Vatra can't get the touch. He had a free chance, a free shot on net, but that ball just sailed past him for now. Monkey Moon trying to dribble that ball out just a minute. That is wide open. Atto can't do anything about that one. 4 goals to the good of BDS.
Exotic securing himself a hat-trick. Not only that, over 1,000 points for the new man to BDS. The man who came from KCorp dunks on them with a 4-figure scoreline.
I mean, Cole mentioned it in the pre-show. BDS, it's all about Exotic. This first man, this offense that he's just been unlocked in him that we didn't quite see when he was on KCorp. But now, I mean, this is so impressive. Getting 1,000 points against the #1 seed in Europe with still, well, at the time, there was a minute left in the game. That just does not happen. We haven't seen it yet. But BDS are doing it at the best possible time. It's another open net. The demo on Vatra, Monkey Moon, showing the physicality. Exotic has 4. Exotic nearly has 1,200 points.
We saw exactly how KC liked to play yesterday. Rise was pushing himself up, demoing, bumping, being a nuisance, playing in front of the ball over and over again. Alpha on Vitality was playing that player as well. We're seeing everyone on BDS take it and think, why does it have to be one player? Why can't it be all 3 of us who have a battering ram attached to the front of our cars? In the final 15 seconds with 3 goals of difference, KC, they're not going to be able to chase it in time. And BDS go up 2-0 in the series versus, as you said, CJ, the #1 seed in Europe.
So impressive right now. And as I said, it feels like semi-final #1. The underdogs coming out, getting 2 games off the bat, and KCorp instantly called a timeout straight as the ball hit the ground. And I'm going to save this stat line for you guys to see it at home. This needs to be seen.
Are you going to farm the impressions?
To be believed. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. I want you guys to see the scoreboard at the end of these highlights because Exotic has just put up, and I'd love to get some official confirmation on this. I'm going to say this easily has to be the highest individual score, the best looking individual stat line ever against KCorp. This is in regulation, ladies and gents. This is in regulation. 1,193 points, 4 goals, 1 assist, and 7 saves. One of the best individual games of Rocket League against the European #1 seed in regulation. No overtime, 5 minutes of Rocket League.
CJ.
That is ridiculous.
Do you want to know something fun?
Yep.
Exotic had more points than the entirety of KCorp combined. He had 19 more points. 19 more points than the entirety of KCorp, his former team, and they go 2-0 up in the series. That's got to be one of the best feelings, thinking, what, you dropped me? I'm sorry, lads, but you dropped me.
And this is his first event with the new side, with BDS. It's a career record. It's a career high score for Exotic. He's done it in a semi-final on Championship Sunday against KCorp. BDS, as we said, the best possible start. And I keep thinking about that first semi-final. The timeout came at the exact same moment for Vitality. They were able to respond in Game 3. Can KCorp do the same? Are we going to see a similar series to that one? Again, it's already been flipped on its head. I saw talks after that first semi. Okay, this one's just going to be a 4-0 to KCorp. Well, think again, ladies and gents, because the blue wall is in trouble early.
Very intriguing to see how KCorp are going to respond here on Utopia. We know their mentality. We know how strong they can be. Are they going to be able to galvanize and take down BDS where it matters most? After their timeout, this is the best chance they're going to have to kickstart their comeback.
We've talked a lot about Exotic, a lot about Monkey Moon in that first game, but Drally, again, has been so influential. As I say that, he hasn't got the best touch, but beats Vatra in the air with a follow-up. Gets another. It's just about He's pre-jumped that, almost finds the angle. That is ridiculous from him, but they've been caught out again. Here we go. Atto in trouble. He's backed up. Monkey Moon walks it through on top of Riser's head once again. BDS off KCorp's timeout. They're not worried one bit.
KCorp commit and BDS take full advantage. In 30 seconds, it's yet another goal set up by Exotic, sunk by Monkey Moon. It's definitely turning into a little bit of a dance that right now we are only seeing BDS lead. Chance again for BDS to continue this push. Rise on that backside. Can flick it up high, but Drani the newbie can get one touch the second. It goes low. It's going to be one block, but Monkey Moon, he lurks, he waits. He's aiming to poach something, and a pass central. Unfortunately for Exotic, he tries to lay it off to a teammate, but nobody was there to receive.
The quarterfinal results yesterday, they were a formality. All of the favourites getting up. the French army getting through. We thought it might have been a similar story today, where the favourites would cruise their way through. Vitality KCorp Grand Final. But boy, were we wrong. We knew there'd be fireworks for Championship Sunday. We knew that Europe wouldn't let us down. And BDS are stepping up the underdogs once again. KCorp off the timeout, as we said. We've still got a lot of time here in Game 3. Only a goal down, but they need to find something, and it has to come through Rise being that facilitator. There he is. Atto gets it done. Rise gets a bump. Vatra can't find the angle.
Vatra sends it so far wide. I reckon that landed back in the last game. Chance though for Drali to get around the side of a defender. Isn't quite able to. Rise now going central. Only finds Drali. BDS, they continue this pressure. A demo from Exotic. Vatira's gone. Exotic shoots it wide. Maybe not expecting that miss, but regardless, both sides, good chances, and no one able to sink it.
Now, the first time that Exotic has missed, really, he's been spot on. Vatira with a huge save. Another shot on net. This time, Atto turning it. Look at the pressure. Look at the offense right now for BDS. It is absolutely ridiculous. Atto, though, pushing forward. KCorp get a chance now. Monkey Moon clears it out. Rise meets it in the edge. Rally, though, so poised down back. They know they've got that 1-goal lead, BDS. They're looking to hold on to it.
Tell you what, this aggression and the pre-jumps we're seeing, every single player in this match is just clairvoyant. I can't believe how frequently they understand exactly what the other side is going to be doing. Atto moving Monkey Moon, knowing his pathing. Charlie Central, Exotic to shoot, but Atto saving the skin of KCorp for now.
I mean, this is just the best BDS have looked, but they have been getting better and better this entire weekend. We look at where they started from humble road stumpy of getting swept in the first round of Swiss to right now beating the best team in Europe. And there's another one. Monkey Moon again gets a brace Game 3. They are heading towards potentially match point and a sweep, dare I say it.
Atto lost in the midfield, has to half flip, has to chase anything. But the pace from BDS is just too much. A beautifully paced pinch, gets the ball central. Able to be tapped in by Monkey Moon, beats out Atto on the goal line. 2 minutes remain, but look at the fight that still remains inside KCorp.
Look at the touch from Drowley out of net as well. Just so locked in right now. Exotic helping out. BDS on the attack once again. But they're happy to back off. That was awkward for Drowley. Didn't have any boost, but does find Monkey Moon. Rise pushing it up. And KCorp, they just look a little bit sluggish now. Vatira, we saw it before. He was hesitating defensively in the corner, and this isn't the blue wall that we've expected, but perhaps they just haven't been tested yet by a team like this. One of the best teams in the world, clearly, at this stage in the tournament here in Europe. BDS now, minute 20 on the clock, still with a 2-goal lead. KCorp have not really done much this game. They haven't been able to break through offensively.
They've had 3 shots.
Different to what we saw yesterday.
They've had 3 shots in this game. We're 4 minutes in. At this point previously, we were seeing 1,000 points on the side for Exotic. However, Vatira, when his team is down, you know he's going to be responding. That is aggression. Powerful strike on the ball, past 2 defenders in the net for BDS. And BDS need to make sure they don't let this slip, otherwise KCorp are going to be gunning for this victory.
You have to give credit to the entire team for that offense. It started with Rise. He demoed the guy on the backboard. 2 left then in defense. And it was Atto floating in front of the ball so Vatira could come through. Perfect 3-man offense, which is what we're used to seeing from KCorp. It's just been few and far between so far this series. 50 seconds left. They've still got time, but they need to get to work.
Final 45, Vatira now on the push, goes low boost, goes for the pass. Monkey Moon can block it from the pre-jump off Vatira's initial shot. Atto muscles a player out the way. Time for Rise to be fancy, leaves the ball, gets the bump. The shot from Vatira, it is successful, and KCorp are back, baby.
200 IQ from Rise. He drops it off his bonnet and just finds the bumps. Exotic falls off the post. No one there. Vatira does the rest. 2 goals for him. When KCorp needs someone, well, it's always that man, Vatira. Back to 2-2. A huge response from KCorp. They could not afford to lose this Game 3.
Rise now, a shot going central, a save instead for BDS. Exotic going long. Can Vatira make contact? Of course he can. Only gets it as far as Drali. That's central again, but Atto to save this 15 seconds is vital for both sides. A potential overtime if nobody scores. Vatira saves it in the midfield, just gets a shot off, a Monkey Moon to block. Double commit on the side of BDS. Exotic now, mid again. It's high, it's Drali to shoot, it's Vatra to save. Monkey back over towards Exotic, keeps this one high.
Still in the air, Rise looks to get it down. There we go, overtime. 2-goal response from KCorp. They have to win this one. Look at the overtime the Vitality produced in Game 6, and it didn't work out in Game 7, but that's what clutch teams do. KCorp needs to step up right now. Get their first game win on the board this series. Rise, keeping that ball nice and close. Exotic baited into the challenge. Atto gets it, but here's Monkey Moon pushing forward, looking for bumps, looking for face. Drali keeping the pressure on. It's an immense touch. Rises up. Exotic, that man gets the fake. Atto just gets the touch, but BDS are still circling. KCorp defending well.
You can hear the buzzing in your ears from BDS swarming around the entirety of KCorp's back third. Chances yet again. Drali central. Monkey Moon's bumped out of the way by Vatra. Now Exotic to keep this pressure on. Atto can get it round the side of one. Drali up to just clear it away in that midfield. Vatra moving himself away. That net's completely open. Can there be a bump from Drali? No, instead he goes for the ball. Now Rise gets rid of 2 players. He is on a mission.
Yeah, and this is what we saw from him yesterday. That's why they scored so many goals in the quarterfinal. He's gone again. Rise is dead set demo chasing in a semi-final on Championship Sunday, and I absolutely love it. This is a change-up you need. It takes a lot of courage to do it, but who else but Rise going for it? Is it going to work for KCorp in this overtime? He chooses to back off now, but it unlocks Vatra. He's got to pass across. Atto's looking for bumps. KCorp, a clear play style change here in overtime.
And bear in mind, it's not even a Rise that we've not seen before. This is the Rise that we saw yesterday. Like, he just hasn't been playing like this. Now the aggression is back, CJ, as you said. And that's a scary time for BDS. They know now that they are not able to trust where their 4 wheels are planted because Rise could be around any corner.
Double commit though there from KCorp, and that's a huge beat out. Monkey knows that they've got the attack, they've got the advantage. Perfect 50 there for Vatra to clean up, however. KCorp pushing forward now. He has a reset. He has a player there, but there's the bumps again. Rise, we need to get some stats. Can we just get some demo stats finally in this game? But Exotic, more demos. Monkey Moon gets rid of him. Rise gets another bump. Can we just get a POV of Rise at this point? What is happening? Vatra, last man, trying to find the pass. Finds that man right there. Rise pops it over the top. Monkey Moon finds Exotic central. Could be BDS's day. There's a huge fake, but Monkey puts it wide.
And look at how Rise is playing. Rise ends up getting bumped in the net. This is just Rise cam at this point, which I'm loving, by the way. Charlie's central. Rise now can't get that touch. The right-hand side is going to be seeing the ball fall down towards Exotic. Rise again waiting. No demos could come. And when we see BDS, as soon as they find themselves a little bit firmer, they get some more pressure. Atto with 1 block. It was 3 minutes in the overtime. Exotic with a free jump. Vatra can save it off the goal line, but that is confidence still coming from BDS.
And this is Rocket League at its finest. Even Rise finding 25 million demos. BDS are still looking to be that team to push forward on the attack. Here's Atto though for KCorp. Exotic's underneath it. First up is Drali. Can he find Exotic downfield? Vatra with the pre-jump. Monkey Moon circling third man, sitting nice and high up for BDS. It's overtime, but they're still looking to push forward. They're maintaining that aggression. Will it work out for them?
This is game number 3. We're 3.5 minutes into overtime as well. Monkey Moon taps into that back corner. Now, a pinch from Exotic doesn't quite go where he thought. Rise has to forgo that ball. Instead, Atto comes to it. 2 committed from BDS. He gets it over both of them, but Exotic will be going from that backboard and can get the block away. Midfield is now the scene for Drali to send it long, but Rise is going to pre-jump on that chance. It just comes down to a pass and interception, and Rise has to dive back to make sure he saves that one away. Rise then stays firm on the goal line. Nothing getting past him so far. Monkey Moon, no bump can come out, and Drali gets the shot off, and then Monkey Moon can't quite get the shot after Vatra sneaks a save.
The bar down, just went a bit wide. Monkey Moon tried to pre-jump the read, didn't quite get it. Exotic keeping pressure on. Vatra having to keep his cool here for KCorp. The defense has been stress tested at an all-time high. Here's Atto though. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! BDS almost making a huge mistake. Rise is still in there. He delays the flip, uses it. Where's the follow-up? Atto comes in now, gets the 50. KCorp, is it their chance? No, Monkey Moon cleans up.
Pure stress on the side of BDS. You can imagine the heart rate monitors in that room spiking. We approach 5 minutes in this overtime. Atto finds Rise, another shot, another double commit, but still no goal.
How does this keep on happening time and time again here? Here's Drally, goes up, tries to get the bump. Exotic keeping the ball in again. 5 minutes of overtime. 5 minutes of all-out attack and defense from both sides. Here's the fake. Here's Drally, gets the flip. Double commit KCorp. Ball still alive.
We have now hit that 5 minutes. Atto goes up to find Vatra. Exotic has to chase it back. Chance now in this bottom corner. Vatra with a 100 boost. Again gets caught out by Exotic. And look at the boost of KCorp. It's relatively low until Atto can pick up that back 100. Charlie up high. The ceiling, it's just the domain for KCorp at the moment.
They're trying to get there and they're trying to defend right now, KCorp. Vatra trying to cut rotation. Gets the demo. Loses the touch. Here's Exotic, the 1,200-point man from last game. Monkey Moon's looking to land on it. Vatra in the corner. KCorp having to hold on. They've been in defense for a lot of this game. Number 3. They have to win this. They don't want to go down 3-0. Monkey Moon fakes Exotic top binge.
The three-point turn on the goal line is not the one, as Atto and Vatra don't know what to do. Exotic waits, finds his moment, Drali passes, drills it top right. Team BDS, they break the timeout from KC, and they go on series point, 3-0.
KCorp called a timeout. BDS, well, they elevated their own game. KCorp couldn't respond. 6 minutes of overtime to decide the winner there, and that would have to be the most important game of this series so far. We talked about it on Saturday, the chances of a reverse sweep, Stumpy, the chances, the statistical probability is 1%. 1 out of 100 games, KCorp would have to absolutely come up with something we rarely ever see to take out this series.
And BDS, my word, what a performance they've put on. KCorp look different, they look better. Because bear in mind, they were not even getting into overtime first BDS. That's not how I thought this series would go. I thought we were going to look at 2 Game 6s, Game 7s in our semi-finals and then Grand Finals as well. And yet BDS, despite the change-up, despite being chased by Rise, who had however many demos in that game, they still came out on top. The indecision on the goal line from Vatra and from Atto proved to be a little bit too much. BDS, can they, at the final time of asking, secure the win and sweep Europe's best?
And I have to say, Exotic, how clutch has he been? Scoring the overtime winner after 6 minutes, Stumpy, but he had half as many points as the game before. Lift your game, Exotic. I want to see 2,000. Here we go, BDS on the verge of sweeping the #1 seed coming out of Europe in the first qualifier. KCorp, if any team could do it. Gee, these guys, I know they've got it in them. I know Vatra, he's never going to give up. They've got a never say die attitude. Rise is always going to look to change things, to find a new angle. They might be able to just get the job done, but it starts here in game number 4.
Yeah. Making sure that you come into this game not thinking, we lose this and we're gone. You have to come into it thinking, exactly as you have done, Rise, Vatra and Atto, for your entire careers, you are winners. The ice that all of these players have is spectacular. I absolutely am not counting KC out. BDS also cannot afford to do that. As soon as you get complacent, BDS are going to steamroll any team that they come up against.
Rise with a reset, but doesn't use it. Here's Drally, the perhaps a player we haven't talked about as much on BDS, but he has a need to do. Really, he's just done what's required. He's played his role so well on this side. It's been Exotic having the firepower. Monkey Moon clutching up as well. Drali making a defensive stand. This is a 3-man unit. A double demo comes out onto KCorp. Vatra's in trouble. Takes a fantastic demo and just fakes out Exotic. It's a 2-on-1 now. KCorp, can they get the first? Flick comes through. Drali in big trouble. Atto gets the goal.
2 men committing to that. Vatra having ice on the goal line. Relieves the ball to Atto. Gets the bump on Drali. Makes him awkward. Minute and a half and KC go ahead. And CJ, the last successful best of 7 reverse sweep in Europe was by Moist. In spring, Regional 2.
Who was on that team again?
In RLCS 21-22 with Rise and Vatra. Can history repeat itself?
There's 1 man missing from that band, however. Do they need him? Where is Joyo? Here we go. They've got this man, though. He's not an entire foot. They do have one toe. Monkey Moon's up. Double. What can he do? He's still got a touch. Atto gets the read. There he is. Stepping up right now. KCorp. First time they've really been in a leading position so far in any game. They've always been having to face an early deficit. Can they just batten down the hatches here? Exotic pushing forward. Rise. Trying to get that back to Vatra. Vatra low boost. Rise. Has to help him out. He knows he's low, but he's got 0 as well. BDS wanted to keep that offense going. Both sides hanging out for that corner. Bumps coming through. KCorp defending well as a team, even though they were low.
So great bump coming on to Atto there, but he recovers even better. Actually gets a shot off after landing. Now Rise with only 40 boost. It ends up with 0 on the backboard. Now it's time for him to get back to his favourite pastime, bumping and demoing as many players as he can. Drali beats around Atto. Chance for up for one. Gets the reset, but nothing from the corner. Past central. Vatra to block out Exotic shot. But Monkey Moon sends Rise to the graveyard. Drali's up. Tries to go for the double reset. Atto, he's seen plenty of them in his time. He's done half of them. Manages to cut it out.
Oh, what a bump coming through. Drali fakes it out. And BDS, they're like vultures in front of net. Rise commits. Vatra has to wait. Monkey Moon just stalls him on the crossbar. There's the equaliser for BDS. They do not want this to go more than 4 games, Stumpy.
Monkey Moon holding his hand to the head of Vatra, keeping him back, saying, no. We're getting this goal, mate. 2 minutes remain. Vatra now going central. Only 20 boost. Can't quite get it enough over towards Drali. We are seeing a good few double commits from BDS, but going utterly unpunished.
That's been the difference, though. You saw Atto backing up third man. They've sat so deep. KCorp is third. We didn't see it yesterday when they had that confidence, but this is what BDS does. The threat of the counter-attack is so strong that they don't want to send all their troops. And right now, at 1-1 stuff, you can't afford to be overcommitting. They don't have another game to lose here, KCorp. They're trying to play safe, but they also need a goal. It's that...
Oh, no!
Atto has saved. He's just joined the other team. BDS's fourth man comes up clutch.
Devastating touch from Atto. That was in. That was going bottom corner. And he saves it away. Rise maybe having choice words afterwards, but Vatra, he's going to stop that conversation in its tracks, takes it into his own hands. Don't you worry about it, lads. Atto recovering wonderfully. Musty pass to Vatra as well. Middle of the net. KC do earn that second goal.
Crisis averted. They find that one back. They find the go-ahead goal. Can they get one more? They've won the kickoff. Vatra up straight away. BDS, they answered before. They have to do it again. And if there's any team, Stumpy, you don't want to give a little bit of hope to, a little bit of life, it's this team, KCorp. Exotic just fakes low the bumps. The chaos from BDS works again. Monkey Moon forces a touch, instantly looks for a bump on Atto. And the fake from Exotic, the MVP so far for BDS, gets it done again. He's got another brace.
All it takes is 10 seconds. And Exotic going for what seems to be the shot of the weekend. Shoot it towards the floor, bounce over the defender. Everyone is defending high. When it bounces over, it goes somewhere in the middle of the net. It's brilliant. It's such a clever shot. But chance for Vatra to be even cleverer. Goes for a BOGO. Monkey Moon can save that one away. Chance again for him to clear it. Final 30 now. As we enter it, heart rates increase even further.
Man, Drali's just
Double
lost
fake.
possession of that ball. Committed everyone from BDS. Atto, air dribble, into the fake. Back into Atto off Rise. 1-2-1 pass play.
Oh.
KCorp get the lead again.
What a fake from Atto. Takes 2 players out of it. A gorgeous rocket doink as well from the young Belgian. 25 seconds and KC, as we've entered this final minute, we have seen a roller coaster on the scoreline.
There's no excuses now for KCorp. They've stepped up. They've found some form of what we saw yesterday. And now 3-2. Should be able to lock this down. They need to get their first game win on the board. And then we can start thinking about the potential for a best-of-7 reverse sweep. 6 seconds left. Here's the shot. On net. Double commit. Where's the follow-up? Drali this time doesn't want to commit. Monkey Moon does.
That's fair.
Will the ball get down? He's going to keep it up. He does keep
Good
it up.
fake.
Atto so smart with the fake. KCorp get there first. They deny the sweep and perhaps put a glimmer of hope in their chances.
Genius level fake there too by Atto. Gets it just to the ground. Doesn't matter what happens. My word, that final minute, an absolute roller coaster. But we said about the ice. We said what Vatra and Rise are famed for doing. And as I said previously, the last best of 7 reverse sweep in Europe came at the hands of those 2 legendary teammates. KCorp, I'm sure their chat is popping off right now in Kometo's stream. You've got to make sure that the boys can feel the energy, and Atto, my word, that save is not the one, mate.
KCorp will be wishing that this happened a game earlier to get 2-1, 3-1 again. They're so far back still. But to get a win on the board, as you said, Rise and Vatra, they've done it before. They can do it again. And this region, Europe, has had more reverse sweeps in a best of 7 than any other region in the world here. 3-1 now. And Blue, I mean, the Blue Wall, they're stepping up. I know that there can be no denying right now that they are playing well. BDS are in top form. KCorp have responded. They've gone up a gear. They found what they needed. They found what they had yesterday in the quarterfinal, but they need to keep doing it. There's no margin for error right now for KCorp. 3 games to go.
I'd like to talk about the mind behind KCorp too. A man who has made sure that the odds fall in their favor, Ferrer. Now wearing that blue instead of the Vitality yellow. It's his time to make sure that that decision was the best that they could have made. Get the boys online. Get them in the mind space of, we can do this. We can get this reverse sweep. 4 in a row. We've done it to other teams. We did it yesterday. Doesn't matter that we're 3-0 down. Let's do it again.
And then for BDS as well, you almost need to forget that you have won 3 games, that you are 3-1 up. Because all that doesn't matter. It's one game at a time. It's moment by moment. It's contest by contest here, and there is Atto winning the first one, almost getting a dunk. Good save this time by Drally, but Vatra keeping pressure on. Monkey Moon's been bumped. Rise wants to put a top corner, finds the near post. Drally on the counter attack. BDS perhaps can pinch one here. KCorp over-aggressing, but they've all got back in time. It's still awkward. Front post coming in. Monkey Moon getting 50s. KCorp work it out.
A minute elapsed, both sides having convincing chances, but now it's a chance for Exotic to send it long. Drani will be waiting to the corner. Rise will snuff out that plan before it even starts. Vati, that's on target. Monkman clearing away yet again. This is pure end-to-end. Both sides sending the ball at 1,000 miles an hour into each other's halves. Demos raining down on the pitch. It's open. Monkey Moon doesn't have the boost to get there, unfortunately for him. Rise takes away from Atto. Vatra sends it long. Drali, he's now suddenly chasing.
Oh, big whiff, and Vatra read him. Said, go on then, debutant, let's see what you got. And he couldn't make the touch. The veteran just gets the job done. Outsmarts Drally, the new kid on the block. KCorp get the first. Is this the start of one of the biggest snowballs momentum runs in this potential reverse sweep?
My word. We're in for a long one if they do manage to get this reverse sweep as well. But KCorp, that is, they want to make sure that the viewership is as high as possible. Exotic fakes it low, goes even lower than with the shot as well. Monkey Moon now to the ceiling. Decent boost, leaves it when Drali comes along. Really should have left it. No one was looking at Drali. Exotic comes in for that double tap. And he has definitely been shut down. Since we've seen KC really turn it on, he's not been as impactful.
Yeah, he clutched up in that Game 3 overtime. We saw the stat line for Game 2, but Game 4 was more about this Blue Wall finding their offense, finding the bumps. Rise being the facilitator. Atto showing his offensive firepower, the mechanics on display, and Vatra being that clutch player that he is for just any side that he shows up for. Exotic does really well, works it around 2. Look at the bumps already coming in. Atto had to go early, third man. Does so well to recognise the danger in front of him. It's a good touch as Rise forces the ball forward. Drally a little bit awkward, but finds a teammate in Exotic on that back wall. Rise up again, so much aggression. Fakes out the dunk for Monkey Moon, grabbing that mid boost. Atto in, Monkey cutting rotation. Both teams just looking to support that third man. BDS win out this time.
2 minutes now ticking down. Exotic finds Drali, but he couldn't quite get the touch back towards Exotic. It was roughly on target, but just going a little bit too fast. No reaction can happen. Exotic on target, but sensibly touched down by Atto, who then makes contact with Vatra. The KC backside is really looking a little bit messy at this point. Minute 45. Game slows down somewhat as both teams have not looking fatigued, but definitely looking like they are starting to figure that this series may well be quite a bit longer than a 4-0 that it first looked like.
As I said, as far as these two teams are concerned, it is just the best of one from now on. Every game, so much on the line. BDS can't be thinking that they've got a few games up their head, because as soon as they give KCorp 1 or 2 more, I mean, it'd be nearly impossible to stop them. But Monkey Moon, he's offside. He misses the touch. Vatra with a crazy save near post. Straight on the counter-attack as well for KCorp, but Monkey Moon will probably want that shot again. He had a free opening. I like the aggression. Just couldn't finish off. Here's Rise, back corner. Takes it upstairs. Drally just hanging in the air. Rise still getting a beat out. It's a free backboard for Atto. The free shot, but he just puts a little wide.
A smidge wide, and they're going to be very happy about that. At BDS, they now only need to bring back that one still. 45 seconds, ticking down tantalizingly. BDS needs something. Monkey Moon tries to find either of his teammates. The Rise is the man there, and instead Vatira's up for the double, but Monkey Moon is going to be shutting him down. Exotic now around the side of one. Atto has to work his way back with no boost, so Drali can go on this ball. Doesn't get that second touch. The final couple of percent is not quite there for BDS in these later games.
It's end-to-end right now. BDS cannot sustain an offense. Is exactly how KCorp would like it, as Vatra cuts rotation. Doesn't quite help out Atto though, but that's a huge 50 win. 12 seconds left. BDS, are they about to drop 2 now? Will we move on to game 6? And if I'm BDS, I'm getting more and more nervous. 4 seconds left. KCorp just looking to settle it. Such a smart touch for Vatra, but it stays up. It's in the air for Monkey Moon. Where's Drali?
Look at the weight.
Rise meets him. Exotic won't be able to get to it. KCorp get 2 on the bounce. Backs against the wall. We go to game 6. Timeout BDS.
Oh my word. KCorp, you've gone the long way around, lads. You could have just taken a bit of a more direct train towards the grand final to meet gentlemates. Instead, though, they're now only 1 game away from going to that game 7. 3-2 in favour of BDS. The reverse sweep very much on the cards. As said CJ, a timeout called from BDS. They need to figure this out. They need to find out what exactly is going differently in these games compared to the 3 that they won on the trot at the start of the series.
And I think it's mental. I honestly think it's mental. You look at the stats right now. BDS at the start of the series were having more shots every game, but as soon as they hit match point, Stumpy, as soon as they got to 3 games, they just naturally started playing a little bit more reserve. They knew that if they just got 1 more game, they didn't have to do anything fancy. They were waiting for a mistake from KCorp. But this is one of the best teams in the world. This is a European number 1 seed. They're not going to hand you a goal. They're not going to give you a free game. They're going to lock down as well, and they're only going to step up if you give them a window. And right now, I think BDS just started playing a little bit more reserve. We talk about Exotic, what he did in game 2, game 3. But after that, he stopped having that offensive firepower. He started to sit deep. We've got 2 third men right now for BDS almost. And I think it has to be that mentality, that mindset. If they just needed 1 more, they can hold on. They've got a couple of games to lose if they need it. But now we're into game 6.
Yeah.
And, you know, trust me, I'll say it. I've been, ladies and gents, I have been reverse swept in a best of 7.
Have you?
When you get to games, I have for a World Championships land position. All right, I will say it. I bottled it. The nerves. I was dead set shaking 210 beats per minute. And let me tell you what I was thinking as a rookie going into game 6. After losing 2 games straight, Stumpy, all I could think about in game 6 was if we drop this, we go to Champ Field. If we drop this, we might get reverse swept. And that is what BDS have to get out of their minds right now. They have to play it 1 game at a time. I know I've set the tone like it's impossible to do. I could not do it.
I personally would argue that BDS might be better than you ever were. I'm just getting it out there.
I tend to disagree. I think that my
that's
place at a
crazy.
World Championship is more important than Monkey Moon's World Championship victory. But BDS, there's a reason why they're here. There's a reason why they can get the job done. There's a reason why there's a world champ on the team. They have to remove that. They have to be stronger mentally. They have to get the job done here. They cannot force Game 7 because KCorp are just getting better and better.
Before we ever get to Game 7, Game 6 stands firmly in the way. KCorp, the opportunity to give Europe their 7th reverse sweep is on the cards, and BDS are going to be defending with their lives. Did that timeout give them the edge that they need to prevent all of these French Blue Wall dreams from being awoken?
Rise, first touch. It's already over the top of Exotic. It's already for Atto. He can't get the follow-up. Where's Vatra? Here he is, just hanging in the air. Drali tries to get two. Atto cuts rotation. Have a look at the setup right now. Vatra thought about the bump on Exotic. Did think better of it. Chooses to back off. Does give BDS an attack. Infield pass. There it is again. No one ready for BDS. No one ready to be a passing option. 2/3 men. Rice has a reset. Rice goes low. The bump on Exotic misses. And they get out of trouble and almost find an opening down the other end.
It was sent near target, but that's not going to be good enough when you're dealing with these fine margins. A big old kerfuffle in the midfield. Minute 10 gone, and already these players somewhat losing their minds. Drali hits the ball away, and bear in mind the pressure that Drali's going to be feeling. This is his debut weekend in the RLCS. And he's up against KCorp. Atto is going to remind him of that fact. Force Exotic for the save. Monkey Moon in the skies. Gets another one away.
It is insane versus the EU. #1 seed here in this kind of situation in Game 6 against the KCorp. They're really entering peak form right now. Their final form, they're getting better and better. Here's Atto again, shot on net. There's the Wonder Kid with the first save. Vatra popping it up. Rise, does he have the free shot? He fakes it back for Vatra! The combination, the dream team dynamic duo are doing it again here on the biggest stage.
A deadly combination, Rise and Vatra. Rise goes past it, Vatra sinks it, KCorp, they're up 1-0.
Time and time again, this duo just step up. We already told you guys they've done this before, they've been in this situation. Rise and Vatra have reverse swept. But this would be an entire different ball game right now. From the position they were in, 3-0 down. BDS, Exotic getting 1,200 points in a game. Look at the way they've swung it around. They've got the lead again. Can they force 7? Will we see back-to-back champ field here in Europe in the semi-finals? Monkey Moon's up. Monkey Moon has the shot. He don't want Game 7. Ties it up.
Halfway through, drawn up now, Drali sends it long. Monkey Moon, he knows the assignment. Gets there well before Atto does. And BDS drawing ourselves level again. And I love that vision from Drali too. Sees it as only Atto at the back. He's just gone for the back boost. If Monkey Moon can get anything, then it's probably going to be going in. Wonderfully done by the young Moroccan.
Pressure at an all-time high right now. Half a game left.
Oh, the bomb!
Monkey Moon's been just cleaned out of the way, last man. Vatra walks it home. KCorp instantly respond. They get the lead back, and it's Atto getting dirty, getting the job done.
A wrecking ball in the back line. New boy Atto brings the lead back towards KCorp, and this game is swinging like a pendulum between both of our incredible sides. Rise now with 50 boost, sees an opener in front of him, but Atto comes in to commit on that one too now. It's only going to be Vatra at the back with 0 boost. He is incredibly confident. Challenges Monkey Moon in the midfield.
Atto up now. Drali, the U kid, forces it up. It's an awkward touch. Can Vatra get there? Yes, he can. So quick to recognise the threat on the backboard. Australia has to back up. This has happened again. You see both members of BDS backing up. There's just no one playing that proper second man role right now. Atto fakes it out again. More fakes. No! Congratulations! Can Atto walk it in? BDS almost threw away. Another one. Still on the attack. Is that open? Where is everyone? Exotic gets it. No one from KCorp expecting BDS to hand them another goal. They still have the lead. Another fake. They're still in the box seat. Another fake coming through. So many fakes. It feels like Cloud9 in the Season 6 Grand Finals at Worlds. It's a freestyle show right now for KCorp.
BDS have no idea who's going to be going for the ball, if they're even going to be on the pitch to respond to it as well. The bumps, the demos, the fakes, everything is remarkable. Atto getting the lean back reset into a musty. Nothing can apparate from that attempt with 1 minute remaining. It's BDS to chase. Atto up high, forgoes the ball, goes for the man. Monkey Moon can save it away. Exotic to shoot long, but Rise, they've conceded a few of them so far. He is not going to concede another.
Atto gets 1, gets 2, 45 seconds for BDS. I tell you what, they've got a game up their sleeves. They do not want 7 here. Monkey Moon turning on it. They need to find that equaliser. 30 seconds. It's in the wrong end here on Utopia. Exotic controlling the ball. Bumps coming through on Vatra. Still doing well. There's the second man from KCorp. Swooping in again. Atso goes for 2. Monkey with the save. But it's down the wrong end, Stumpy. 20 seconds on the clock.
Exotic trying to shoot long, but Rise diving in, picks up the 100, goes straight back onto the front lines. Exotic goes middle. Monkey Moon is going to be there. Wants any touch that he can. It's only there central for him. Gets a reset. Blocked out again. A bump on Rise would have opened up the net, but they can't quite secure it. The final 5 now. Vatra shooting long. Exotic in such an awkward position here. No ground can be had. Yet it does.
Here we go.
KCorp. We go to game number 7.
Everybody said that the first semi-final was one of the best, if not the best series they've ever seen. And you know what KCorp said? They said buckle up. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents, because we might be on the verge of a 1 in 100 chance reverse sweep for Europe. As we said, Rise and Vatra have done it before. Can they do it again? And let me whip out another stat. As both teams set themselves, prep themselves for this best of 1 on Champ Field. There have been 44 attempted reverse sweeps forced to Game 7 in RLCS history. This is the 45th time that a team has brought it back to 7. Do you want to know the record of completed reverse sweeps from here?
Go on.
It is 22 and 22.
Oh my word.
Exactly 50% win rate on a reverse sweep.
It's a coin flip.
Neck and neck.
We're at a coin flip.
Twitch chat, let us know who you've got. KCorp have put on a show. Can BDS ruin the party? Let us know who you got. Champ Field. Goodness me. We're about to get cooking.
Champions Field, gotta be honest, mate. Didn't expect to see you here right now in the second semi-final. BDS going 3-0 up, but KCorp, most recent best of 7 reverse sweep getters and winners in Europe in terms of Rise and Vatra. The chance for them to get this one as well. BDS, how is their mentality going to be after this brand new KC has risen from the ashes? Rise now, goes up high, gets a bump, and that's definitely going to be on the order.
Oh, this is just KCorp that we saw yesterday as well. So aggressive. The fakes, the Harlem Globetrotters type of operation right now. Rise trying to keep that ball in, and BDS, they had no time out, Snumpy. No time to set themselves. They have to step up here. KCorp have all the momentum. The biggest snowball is in its final form here, but they still have to get the job done on Champ Field.
And bear in mind that both teams have broken each other's timeouts as well. Like, they had the opportunity from both sides to win it, and they've broken each other's side. And Drali just then had what I would say is pretty quite an open net. Shoots it wide. Needs to make sure that he is tidier on those attacks. Chance, though, goes up for 1. Vatra, that's on target. Drali saving it away on that attempt. Vatra over 1. Monkey Moon, he is off the pitch. It's Drali again. And the pressure on his shoulders. Exotic, can he get back to that Game 2 form?
Drali's first ever chance. Game 7, and Atto says have that one. 1-0 to KCorp here on Game 7 Champ Field.
It's a rocket below the crossbar, and Atto presses the detonator.
KCorp get the lead. 3:43 on the clock. What do BDS have? This is a true test of grit, determination, and a huge whiff from the debutante. The biggest mistake possible.
Oh, he had time. He had boost. He had everything he needed to make the touch. And yet these Game 7s, they do something to you. They mess with your mind. But the exact role right now of Casio is to say, don't worry, do not think about that, move on. You're good enough to move on from that mistake. KCorp, what do you need to do, boys? You need to make sure that he never forgets that moment. Minute 40 elapsed, and KCorp, 2 goals to the good in their search of this reverse sweep.
BDS need 2 against 2 of the most clutch players in recent time in Rocket League history. Rise and Vatra, 3 minutes on the clock. Who's going to be that player for BDS to push forward, to take the risk? Or is it going to be the KCorp show from here on in? They're still pushing forward. Rise still grabbing all the boosts he can in the offensive half. Here's the world champ Monkey Moon trying to force the issue. Drali cuts rotation, but they're not on the same page, and they lose the offense.
Vatra now, another chance, another dunk, another save coming out though from BDS. The offense has been very clearly in favor of Carmine here. 8 shots for them, only 1 for BDS. Vatra saving that chance away. Exactly halfway through the game, Vatra can't quite get the double. Monkey Moon though, he just punts it back into the center. Atto up for the master, but Drali can save that opportunity away. Exotic central, Monkey Moon should find Drali there instead. Just goes for the straight shot.
That's the difference. That's what pressure can do when their backs are against the wall. They're forcing the issue.
Another
There's
miss!
the bump. There's the third goal. KCorp are just running away with Game 7, and they might be the 7th team in European history to complete the reverse sweep.
Exotic misses it on that sidewall bounce, and you can just see they haven't got that final edge right now. There's still 2 minutes. There's only 3 goals for them to get back. Carmine Corp, they cannot be at all complacent. They have not quite made it for us. Monkey Moon is able to secure the save. Vatra demoing Exotic. These 2 minutes are going to be everything for BDS.
And they didn't make the same mistake there on that kickoff that we saw Vitality do in the previous semi-final. Rise with such a good kickoff. Charlie had a chance, but he opted to fake it out. No one was there. The bump still comes through. BDS get one back. There is still plenty of time here.
That's one in good time. That's one in. They didn't just score that at 20 seconds left, 30 seconds left. There's a minute 45. 2 goals need to be scored. It is incredibly doable. And the skill and aggression is going to be shown for BDS now. Monkey Moon shows what they want on the immediate kickoff. It's a pinch away. It's lovely. It gets a little bit of space. Now Atto in the back line picks up the 100 boost. It's going to be big for KC. Can they hold it?
It's huge touch there as Vatra gets one more. Atto gets a drop down with his spear goal shot on net. Monkey Moon has to get the touch, does well, just clears it around. Rise keeping the ball in. Exotic still there. KCorp want one more. Exotic says no.
Midfield, Monkey Moon needs something, gets nothing. Vatra 100 boost, goes up on the right. Drali goes up to join him. He gets over the top, gets the demo, gets the goal. Vatra does everything.
Could that be it? Another 3-goal lead for KCorp. Just over a minute left, and Vatra pops 1, demos 2, clears the path for himself. BDS, it starts with this kickoff. Here we go.
Opportunities to BDS need to come a lot faster than they have done currently. Drali shoots that over target. Exotic's up. It's going to be a shot. It's going to be good. 2 goals, 1 minute. Every storyline, every single future is still a possibility.
And every touch so crucial. There's the placement from Exotic. We saw it in the first 3 games. And that is the perfect response. Still a minute left. Still enough time. As we said, every touch from here, Stumpy, so crucial. Vatra, not again.
Another!
Everyone out. Rise! The dynamic duo once again. 3 goals to the good of KCorp. Every time they're tested, they answer.
They can't keep getting away with this. The fakes have been perfection for KC. They've extended their gap yet again to a 3-goal lead. And Monkey Moon and that back line, they need to get something as soon as they can. It's Atto to shoot. It just goes off the post on that chance. Vatra gets beaten out by Drali. Exotic goes high above Rise. It's going to be for the double, but Atto miraculously makes a save away.
How on earth has he read that? He didn't even cover the shot. He just covered the extra backboard touch. 30 seconds left. BDS, they have to score now. They're throwing the kitchen sink at the offense, but it's not getting through. Atto putting up the blue wall. KCorp, every time this clock kicks down, they're just getting closer and closer to doing it, to making their way through to the grand final. We got 13 seconds and BDS have nothing.
Drali can't do anything. BDS can't do anything. Carmine Corp have done everything in their power, and they reign victorious in our second semi-final. Congratulations to the Blue Wall. You guys deserved it. They're going to be coming up against Gentle Mates in the grand final for what will be probably the most viewed grand finals of an online regional we have ever seen in Europe.
the 23rd best of 7 reverse sweep of all time in RLCS history. Completed by the Blue Wall, Vatra and Rise, the first players in Europe to have multiple best of 7 reverse sweeps.
Outrageous.
KCorp, that is a pure display of courage, grit, determination to be able to come back. Backs were against the wall game 4. They responded. They got the job done. BDS called a timeout. They couldn't find an answer time and time again, even in that game 7. Every time BDS got a goal back, KCorp instantly found an answer.
That quality is just something else. The determination for KCorp to be able to do that. I am shaken by how well they performed. But BDS, my word, what a team we saw. What possibilities we have seen from that side. They couldn't get it done at the end. They needed to win a single game. KCorp just proved to be a little bit too much for them in those final 4. But that is an incredibly terrifying top 4 that we have seen in Europe. KCorp, Team BDS, Gentlemates and Vitality. They are probably going to be our top 4 teams going to the majors.
Wow.
And it's an incredible time to be a Rocket League fan.
Stumpy,
Yes, mate.
that first semi-final was unbelievable.
Yeah, we were going
And
so hype in the
KCorp?
green room about that.
Stumpy, KCorp said, hold my cordial. They said, watch this. And they absolutely cooked. KCorp get the job done. They've got to face Gentlemates. Yes, ladies and gents, we still have a grand final to go. What is this region? Do not go anywhere. Buckle up. Grand final inbound.
KC's reverse sweep attempt was successful, proving themselves worthy of a grand finals. Now we prepare for two massive forces in the French community to collide. Welcome back to the European Qualifier #1. I'm Leaf, CJ, and Cole on the desk to amp up for what we got coming our way.
Jackets off.
Oh
Guys,
my goodness.
Guys, what's going on? I thought we were in for a cozy 4-0 from BDS.
It was looking at it. No.
It wasn't the team I was expecting to do the 4-0, but I thought, you know what? That's all right. I'll go to bed after this, Well, I might watch the grand final in bed. Well, actually, I forgot I was on the desk, so that doesn't matter. I'll be here anyway. But reverse sweep. Like, what is happening? We saw the first semi-final, second semi-final, as I said, we'll match you. We'll match it right to the same caliber, the same level. Cole. It was insane.
Yeah, I mean, CJ, you look like you need a glass of water after that because it must have been thirsty work. It's a glass of water. That's how you say it, isn't it? Water?
Yeah, water.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's like the way things started. Team BDS was stunning. Exotic was carrying on his amazing form. He got, 4 goals in one game and 1,200 points, which we were all convinced was a record. Direct, our statistician, we kept saying, no, it's not. And we were like, are you sure? Yes, no, it isn't. But it didn't matter because Team BDS 3-0 up. Like, CJ, did you see any way back? You were in the midst of it all?
Not really at that point because we saw just the offense. I mean, we talked about Exotic a lot for the first 3 games, 1,200 points almost. His high score, his career highest score he's ever had, it was against KCorp, but I really think there was a shift once they got up to 3-0. They started playing a little bit more defensive, and as soon as you give KCorp a sniff, as soon as you give them a chance, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they did that, Leaf. They just kept building. BDS couldn't stop them.
That they did, and on the words, they go in the bracket to the grand finals. This was quite the run. I mean, across the board, we lock in past the quarterfinals. We had a couple quick matches there, but then when we hit these semis, Cole, it was just a masterclass of what Rocket League can show us.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for any more than that. I mean, recency bias will say the reverse, it was more entertaining, but don't forget how good Gentlemates v Team Vitality was. There was, 11 seconds left for Gentlemates to get the equalizer from the kickoff and then go on to win it too. So both series today have been flawless.
And then into the grand finals, CJ, this was just I think these are the two teams it had to be. It was fate given how many fans are watching.
I mean, this is the viewership is absolutely off the charts. Can't wait to see. I mean, how good, ladies and gents, can I just say, how good is this esport? I mean, come on. How good is this esport? We've still got a grand final to go. It perhaps wasn't the expected one, as we've been talking about.
Right.
KCorp, though, EU, we do get the EU #1 seed from the tournament coming in here, making the grand final. Gentlemates, well, they're the underdogs, but they've done it before. They've beaten the world champs. Can they do it again?
Yep. Well, we're going to find out because, ladies and gentlemen, our grand finals is on the doorstep. KCorp versus Gentlemates. This is a matchup that the second that last semis ended, I just wanted to get right into it. What a magnificent set of rosters. Rise, Vatra, Atto versus Itachi, Seiko, and Juicy. That Vatra, Itachi face down. The fact that we have Vatra and Rise back together. Cole, there's so many storylines to latch onto.
Yeah, I mean, every way you look, there's something that can be discussed here. Atto, of course, it's his first matchup, or his first tournament, should I say, in the Rlcs with KCorp. He is more than looking the part. He was a player that when they did need a spark in the last series against Team BDS, he was there. He was forcing his car somehow aroundable, forcing a flip reset into a musty at one point, and I was just like, how on earth is that even possible? And then next to him, CJ, Rise and Vatra, they seem like a duo that could go on and dominate this esport for years to come.
I mean, I'd love to listen to the comms from KCorp because the communication, the fakes coming through, they were faking the fakes and then faking the fake of the fake. It was stupid what they were doing. It was crazy. They got the job done, but this is a different opponent, and it's an opponent that, as we said, they're the leftovers of the top team, but they do have that chip on their shoulder. I mentioned it at the start, off the pre-show. And I don't think they're two-faced. They don't have any pressure at all on them. No one's expecting them, Cole, to step up.
Already Juicy, this is his best ever performance in the Rlcs. He's finished 4th once in Spring EU Regional 2 from last season. At Lance, he's got top 5 in Spring Split with Moist, but never has he got to a grand finals at this level. This guy, Leaf, this guy's been there and done it. How important is he going to be for Alpine? Or for Gentlemates, sorry.
I mean, absolutely massive. I mean, this is, again, as CJ just said, there's not a lot of pressure on these guys, but I think at the back of their head there really is, because this is the point where you've now shown the rest of the world you want us, and the people that didn't made an absolute mistake. So I think Seiko's definitely going to have it at the back of his head to say this. We've got to really make a statement here.
There's all sorts of statements to be made. I mean, if you can win, maybe CJ, you can agree with this. Obviously, you've been a player very, very recently. Do some days just feel special, even Championship Sundays compared to others?
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes just the team, you can feel it. You can feel the energy. Sometimes it just feels like you can't lose. And honestly, I reckon KCorp had that post game 4 of that series. I just think they had so much confidence. They weren't nervous, and all the pressure was on the other side. Whereas, you know, as we said again, Gentlemates just have that unknown factor. It's a completely different series. KCorp have to reset that now. They're not facing a team that's got the nerves, that's facing potential reverse sweeps. So, I mean, again, just the experience. You just have to look at the players on this team. You've got major champions on one side of things. You've got a world champion. You've just got champions everywhere. It's just 2 teams of champions. It's fantastic. And then you've got the upper comers, as we said. You've got Juicy, but these guys, 6 winners. Let's see who can get the job done.
I'm almost surprised that there is only one world champion here among these rosters, and it's Seiko. I was thinking, you said a world champion, I was like, there must be another one between them, but no. The others have won majors, apart from Juicy, but never worlds.
Well, chat, it's time to see who has the fastest fingers in chat. Start spamming away. 2 massive orgs facing off against each other. I have no idea which way this is going to go. And I think there was a lot of internal debate for the analysts as well, for us, because looking at how both of these squads have been playing, I genuinely see a world where either one of them walks away a victor after this best of 7. Let's see what we've finally landed on for the analysts here, because there were a couple people, and I can't, Cole and CJ, you did go the other way. It was Cole that
I
finally said, I have to go against the grain. I have to.
It just feels like one of those days today, like I was saying to CJ, where something special is brewing, and I feel like the new blood in Gentlemates, new team, 3 players not played together before, everything is falling for them, and Juicy is my key man to watch, because he can go into his shell, but we've not seen a sign from that at all with Gentlemates, and when he's feeling happy and confident, like, he's capable of dragging his team to a championship victory.
And I'm with him, but I'm not with him. I've got KCorp, but I truly feel that this is so possible for Gentlemates. And coming into this, we thought surely it's either going to be KCorp, surely it's going to be Vitality, maybe BBS, maybe BDS, maybe Gentlemates as that other team. This is just this. If the 2 semi-finals is anything to go by, Leaf, this is going to be one of the greatest matches in Rocket League history.
And I'm expecting exactly that, and I bet you guys want to watch it. The game is ready. Our grand finals have arrived after an insane 2 semifinals. You know that the Rocket Gods have chosen today as their favorite. Vatra versus Itachi, Blue Wall versus the Gentlemates. It's time to crown this weekend's champion.
It was only 4 months ago at KC versus the World where it was Eversex and Itachi's last hurrah for the KCorp organization. They ended up losing, tears streaming down all the players' faces as the emotion knowing that ride, Johnny, was over. But now, coming into today, a new ride has opened up, and it's been oh so very fun.
There's just so many rivalries, there's just so many different storylines, and once again, these teams collide, but now they've had a bit of a switch up. It's a reunion of Vatra and Rise, and they're kicking things off with a fake kickoff. They've conceded the possession the very next touch, so they only worked for so long. And that's already quite promising to see out of them. Maybe taking a look at what happened in the other semi-final earlier on today.
When KC have won, they have been utterly dominant, at least for large periods of time. Both these teams were forced to fight for it in the last semi-finals. Vitality finally eliminated from an event, and then you've got shots like that from Itachi.
Oh, what a finish by Itachi. Juicy with a long pass. Seiko with the mind game. Vatra could have gone for that a whole lot earlier, but he thought Seiko was popping it middle, and that is exactly what Seiko wanted him to think. It's Itachi with a perfect shot to make it 1-0.
Itachi took that shot like it was personal. He was having none of it. Now Juicy yet again. The greatest result in Juicy's young career. Through to his first grand finals. Why not go and make it a first Grand Finals victory? Rise now. Off the sides. Gonna drop into the midfield. Itachi, nice layoff pass. Juicy. We're Itachi looking for demos. Almost able to get through, but enough time bought. And Rise is back.
Yeah, Atto with a phenomenal defensive job there. Elusive, avoiding the demo, staying in the play long enough to get Rise back into position. You said it exactly right. I mean, Juicy and Gentlemates, they were not the team that anyone expected to be winning this event. Getting top 4, sure. I think a lot of us expected that. But getting the win over the other 3 French-speaking super teams, yeah, I don't think I saw many of those predictions at all. But Itachi, he's done it before. He's had a bunch of regional championships to his name. That would be, I think, one of the sweetest of all, beating his old teammate Vatra.
There was only one consensus coming into this event, which was Vitality and KC were 1 and 2, maybe 1A, 1B. Gentlemates are trying to beat both of them in one day. What a statement that would be for their season. Seiko, backboard, double tap. Rise is there to save it.
Yeah, they could take down the other 3 teams in one weekend. They beat BDS in the opening match of Swiss, of course. Now they've beaten Vitality today. They're trying to take down all of the biggest rivals in 3 days. I mean, that is one way to announce yourselves as the new top team in Europe, but with how close everything's been today, I think we need to see more. So let's go and do that right now then, shall we? We've got half a game to go. KC are testing the waters. They're yet to find a clean way through. Oh God, see, Gentlemate's synergy is just phenomenal. Atto with a flip reset though. He's hit this one a bit too high, but Vatra won is 1-1. And it was the back post approach for Vati that left the shot undefendable.
Yeah, it ended up putting it too high, but the pop out afterwards, Atto utilizing the crossbar to try and get extra power to get that over to Vatra. 1 each. KC looking to try and continue their run. They have won their last 4 games in a row. Trying to make it 5. Trying to start off this series with a win.
You know, it's KC who have got all the momentum right now. They're on 4 straight game wins. Gentlemates took their semi-final against Vitality against the run of the momentum. Vitality were on almost a 3-game win streak in that series, and then Gentlemates at the very last second took it away from them. 2 very different journeys to get to the grand final. It's a double commit from Gentlemates, but they have got some distance with the clear, enough to buy time for the recoveries to come through. Atto just shoots first time. Now, definitely faking an infield pass there, mixing things up with the direct shot that you'd usually expect to be saved. This is just such a great mix-up by KC, and that's going to be open for Vati. Atto with the demo on the goalkeeper to leave the net open.
Yeah, Juicy saw the situation and realized there was nothing to be done. Wiped off the face of the map. 2-1. These are both teams that are capable of fighting against the run of play. Both of them have at least been against 3-game winning streaks from their opponents today. Tachi, nice off the demo. Juicy's not going to go too much further along. Gentlemates after getting the first goal from Itachi, looking for the second.
Juicy's got a good chance of this one. He tries for the flip reset, ceiling double, got the ball to go a bit behind him though, just tough to catch up with. And now Vatra and Rise have gotten a bit of a pickle there, driving into each other, trying to be very quick to the second ball, but Atto comes away with it. And he has been unstoppable in offense so far, both on and off the ball.
Backboard, Seiko lays claim. 100 boost was stolen from them. Rise pops the ball up. Vatra realizes that he was not getting anywhere near it. Juicy pre-jumped it before the ball was even hit. Now Rise tries for the sidewall double tap. Very difficult to read as a defender. If it goes right, you've got to try and scamper back nice and quick. Backboard yet again. Gentlemates. Oh, they're up against it. And Vatra has a hat trick.
Atto was just so quick to this second ball, completely dusts Juicy, and Seiko was not ready for that. He thought at the worst Juicy was going to get a piece of that. But it just went clean past him, and Vatra slots for his 3rd goal of the game. It's hat-trick for Vati as KC look to go 5 games in a row on Championship Sunday.
They've been unstoppable. And that was with their tournament lives on the line. I think every single game since then, it just felt like they were playing off house money. Vatra looks to try and wipe out Juicy yet again. Juicy's pre-jumps working out very well defensively, but they need more than defense right now. Half the game left to go. Ever since they scored the goal, Gentlemates have not looked like a threat. As there's another bump, and Rise has wiped out the competition again.
Vatira's got 4 goals. I mean, this is a statement opening game by Vatira, the KC captain. You know, he built this team to take down Vitality. He didn't have to do that today because Gentlemates have done that for him. But you know he wants to win against everybody else just as much. This guy is one of the most winning-addicted players in Rocket League history, one of the most competitive players in Rocket League history. He makes for great entertainment as KC stomp Gentlemates in game 1.
It's going to be a question of whether or not that slog of a previous round where they had to fight back would have worn KC out. Oh, dearie me, that is not the case. They are in fine form, and Gentlemates are the ones that have got to pick up the gauntlet.
Yeah, they were completely out-pressured in that first game. KC had them in the back third for most of it. And even after getting an opening goal, Gentlemates couldn't really hold on to the midfield for extended periods of time. That is definitely a bad sign against a team like KCorp. That is how Vatira's KC, alongside Itachi and Exotic, played all of last season. It was about midfield control. It was only the rise of the other EU super teams, Vitality and BDS, that stopped them from doing that to just about everyone. But yeah, Gentlemates didn't get to see a lot of the midfield that game, just 5 shots to their name against the 11 of KCorp. The one shot that they did get to go in, it was a peach from Itachi, top ins with perfection.
We're just sort of looking at the form coming into this. The last 5 games, KCorp have won all of their last 5. Gentlemates have won 1 of their last 5. It's might potentially be 2. I might be getting some things mixed up.
Oh yeah, it'll be 2.
Yeah, it will be 2. Either way,
yeah.
It's yeah, they've got a losing record coming into this over the last 5 games.
I've got a better, well, more dramatic stat then for you. I guess
okay.
One of their last 4. They won the previous one to that, so we'll just cut that one off the list. Forget about 5, 1 out of 4. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the issues that you've got to deal with as a pro player, as pro teams. You've got to be able to start a series strong after that 1 hour wait. They played their semi-final at the start of the day. KC at the start of the series, coming in hot. That's not a surprise. It kind of flips, so at the end of the series, that's where KC might start to run out of steam. They've got to manage their energy, they've got to manage their emotion, and for Gentlemates, it's about getting back to that level that they were at earlier on against Vitality. They certainly started to give the Vitality semi-final very well.
Quick reminder as well that both these teams do have access to their timeouts. Some big news as well for Gentlemates especially, because Eversax, after he's called a timeout, 79% win rate after that. It's always impressive, because usually you only call a timeout after you've just lost a game. Your team's not got the momentum going into it. Zero is just going to pass back to a toe.
I think Ryzen might have actually just accidentally faked the ball for the first time. Most of their fakes have been fully intentional. It's, so much faith was put in him to hit it that nothing really came from that for Gentlemates. Now, what can Juicy do here? That's a great flick from not much momentum. Atto catches it beautifully, shows how it's done when it comes to getting the ball out of defense safely. Vatira continuation stopped pretty much dead on the halfway line at the peak of his air dribble.
Here goes a toe, looking for the outplay. He's gone off the ceiling, and Itachi will clear. So I don't think was going to get there anyway. Itachi on 0 boost, and he's kind of put himself out of the play for nothing here. Layoff pass to Vatira. Boost keeps being stolen. This is starting to feel like a continuation of game 1. Seiko looking to try and end that, and he has got shot on target. Vatira sees it away.
Yeah, spectacular by Seiko, and now he's rattled the bar, and Juicy's shot back-to-back across the box from Gentlemates. Seiko coming to the other side now. That one is easily cleared by Vatira. Juicy played exceptionally well in the back corner there. 2 50-50s going his way as KCorp looked to put the pressure on.
Yeah, Juicy's played some immaculate defense, but I don't think he wants to be doing that anymore. Itachi, nice jump, gets to the ball, fake out from Rise. Let's bump for his troubles. Now Juicy called back in, and he's leaving it. And maybe realized he doesn't want to try and control it as much as he initially thought. Vatira looking for the outplay, and they had to try and cover high and low.
Yeah, great read by Seiko. Vatira being very sneaky there. He had a flip to work with, so he waited as long as possible before using it. Seiko's reactive defense today and his predictive defense as well, and outstanding. That recovery from Itachi, just sliding down the wall, letting his momentum take him towards the boost. A lot of players would have messed up that recovery, and Wasted boost in the process. Now here comes Itachi 1v1 with Atto. He's got support behind him. He can't get a touch on Atto. He can't get the ball past him either. It's Atto in defense, and now he's going the other way, and he'll also be stopped.
Off the wall. We're quite happy to see that, actually. Rise tried to keep this one going. Seiko, oh, bumps from Juicy that might open up some gaps, but Toe did recover quickly enough. Now they're breaking away. Everyone's trying to get back. Musty off the backboard. And somehow Juicy knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, great cover by Juicy. All he's got to expect, the unexpected. KC are in those kind of positions. Vatra controls to follow up touches. Atto and Rise both lunging at the ball. They do come away with it. They've got Vatra behind them, so I mean, if there's one guy behind you that you're going to have faith in covering you when you do double commit, you know, Vatira's pretty close to the top of that list. If Vatra just pre-jumps to block Gentlemates to the near post again, 0-0. Gentlemates could really use a goal here. They've been struggling when it comes to offensive firepower, not just in this series, but the tail end of the prior as well.
Rise off the ceiling, tries to chase it up. Juicy gets a good challenge. Tachi turns. It's a little bit of a miscommunication here. Gentlemates thought they had more time than they actually did. Now 0 boost for Itachi. So I think he knows about it, but now they're trying to bust their way through. Shoulder barge, shoulder tackle. Do whatever you've got to do.
Oh, what a play by Juicy. You realize that slow, yes, but on target. That shot from Itachi was destined for the net. As long as he could slow down the last defender, that's exactly what he did. Juicy just sacrificed himself to let the ball roll in uncontested.
They've been in this position before. They ended up losing it 3-1. It's an awkward bounce for everybody as well. Vatra, backboard, tried to get the bump. Juicy avoids it.
Defensive 50, still doing work for Gentlemates, but they're being spread pretty thin here. Big gaps in the midfield. Itachi patiently waits for the ball to come to him. Atto can start again in the back corner. The ball doesn't bounce all that nicely for him, though. That wasn't a natural takeoff pattern. Decided to go on the ground bounce instead, and sort of worked out as Rise and Vatra joined the attack.
All of our top 4 teams, they have been so intent with the demo plays. It's partially trying to outplay. It's mostly just trying to avoid being attacked. Now off the backboard yet again. Itachi realized he's got to go early, otherwise he was going to get wiped out. The play on the ball is maybe 40% of the story in these sort of matches. Your eyes have got to be everywhere, not just the viewers, but also the player! Because then stuff like that can happen!
Well, you mentioned it, Shogun. It's a play off the ball. How about Atto and Vatra bumping defenders out the way? They've cleared the path for Rise. And of course it would be Rise, one of the most prolific goal scorers in the final 10 seconds of a game. He's tied it in game 2, 8 seconds to go. Double kickoff for KC. They're going for the big win, and they've got the net open, but not the angle of the shot. It's Rise! Surely! I cannot believe it. They've done it!
The bot kickoff! Send both of them! It worked immaculately! 2-1 with a singular second on the clock.
That's absolute genius. They've called that. They've realized that the double kickoff is going to crush what Gentlemates are doing. And Gentlemates have tried to send one back at them, but it hasn't worked. Unbelievable from KC. What a call to play 2 players in the kickoff. It's something you'll see like bronze games, but at pro level, it can actually work. If the other teams do not see it coming, they don't get a big goal side 50, you're getting dunked on. And the other team's close cheater is right in on the play.
I haven't seen that since we 4v3'd some of these teams, Johnny. Like, that was unbelievable. I cannot believe they have had the sheer gall to actually go for that after you've just brought this game back. And Gentlemates will feel like they've been robbed.
They will. They'll feel like, what were they supposed to do here? Because they've been bumped out the way 2 times with 8 seconds to go for Rise of all people to score. And then Rise has scored again with 1 second to go. It just feels so scripted for KCorp at this point. Gentlemates will definitely feel pretty salty about that one. It might be the most cringe way to lose if you poll the general Rocket League fan. You've lost to multiple bumps and a kickoff goal. It doesn't get much worse than that for most Rocket League players.
If you describe that to me, I'd have said that was a ones game that just happened, not a not a grand final in the RLCS.
To me, honestly, like I say that general Rocket League fan reaction to me is pure brilliance, beautiful Rocket League, great goals. I mean, a kickoff strategy in pro play. This is Christmas come early.
He's going to be so happy for the rest of the week. Maybe who won't be quite so happy is the team that you can see on your screen right now, Gentlemates. 1-0, and with 10 seconds left, it all comes crumbling down. And somehow, Johnny, that's not the first time we've told that story today.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the bigger problem for Gentlemates is that at no point during this series so far have they established extended midfield control or really extended offense at all. They've been on the back foot for a ton of this series, and they have used defensive 50-50s to their advantage. They have been making some key goal line saves and goal line plays, but where's the offensive firepower that scored at will against Vitality early on in the semi-final? They need something more here. They need to start producing the goods, and I think it really does come down to having a bit more faith in each other, trusting that the pass will land, making that preemptive run, and actually giving each other options.
Okay, I'm just saying one thing. Surely we're not getting another reverse sweep today. Gentlemates need to win this game, or they are very much up against it in our grand final. Off the backboard, Ato will recover just in time. And Ato has not put a foot wrong, ironically, as he goes to the opposite side of the field, and it's just wide.
Just such smooth ball control by Ato, and now Juicy trying to replicate the other way. And it's in off the half volley. What a ground shot by Juicy. Rise was in position to try and save this one. Juicy just absolutely smacked it. And yeah, Rise just didn't have the pace to get back, didn't have the boost to elevate, could not keep out a shot at that magnitude from Juicy.
That first touch was just brilliant. Kept the angle of it, but also had the ability to move on for the hook shot. KCorp would be proud.
Oh, he's done him! Juicy makes it 2. Itachi 50s it to him. Juicy with a ceiling double. And then the backboard touch as well. I mean, I had to watch that again to see if Vatra got any piece of it. He didn't. It was just Juicy with a triple tap off the ceiling and the backboard.
Well, he spotted the gap and he went for it. Juicy, who on earth is this player? He was good on Moist. He is phenomenal on Gentlemates.
Oh yeah, we're talking about lacking offensive firepower. There's your offensive firepower. That's one of the best goals we've seen all weekend. It's probably one of the best goals we're going to see all season. A pinpoint triple tap from that position over Vatra. I mean, you really do not get much better than that. Now Gentlemates have got a great chance to establish themselves in a strong position.
I feel like I can't say anything is for certain today, though. Johnny, 2 goals, and I do not feel confident in this for Gentlemates whatsoever. They will feel much the same. They want that third. Long clear, is it in? It's off the post.
The inside of the post to the rescue for Gentlemates. If that bounced a tiny bit more to the left, it was in. A tiny bit more to the right, I think Vatra's got the read. But it clipped the inside of the post perfectly to take it away from KCorp.
Tachi has to fake challenge. He's up against Rise. Managed to slow down the play enough. Though Rise was on 0 boost. Now that from Ato is actually incredibly not the right decision. Your team's on low boost. The last thing you've got to do is up the pace of the play.
Yeah, Ato is looking for a low 50, but he got completely dunked on. And Tachi sends it into the top corner. Well, Gentlemates have really woken up here. This is phenomenal stuff from them. And, you know, with Seiko sitting back, we talked about Vatra being one of the best players to sit back and be that reliable third. Seiko today has been a really reliable third for Gentlemates when they've needed him to be. That's giving Juicy and Itachi such confidence moving forward.
Eversex might very well be seeing an 80% rate.
He can't keep getting away with this.
What on earth just happened?
That's an Ato mid-air handoff to Rise, who leaves the ball after 1 touch, bumps 2 defenders, and gives it back to Ato to score.
Well, they're back in it. 3 minutes, 2 goals, and maybe quadruple championship point off the backboard. Juicy, that's a hard read to make. Did manage to do it. Vatra, reset, there's 1 demo, looking for another bump!
Again!
And Itachi, heroic, able to get rid of the danger, but it's only temporary. It's demos all over the field.
These are some horrifying air dribble bumps to go up against, because they're not one-man interval bump, so you've got another player shooting the ball immediately after the bump lands. But Gentlemates have survived. That's a big clear, and it's an awkward bounce for Vatra as well. Seiko did not think it was going to be left alone there. He wasn't prepared to just send it on target.
Yeah, the last thing you're expecting is for it to be easy enough for you, but Seiko will not take a second opportunity. He just needed to see it one more time, 4-1, and surely we're not going to see a sweep.
Oh, that must have felt good for Itachi. I think he put all of his energy into that back wall bump after the goals they've been conceding. That must have felt like retribution. Another 3-goal lead. And Gentlemates, I like that they've responded with aggression to KCorp's aggression. This is what they need. This is how you need to play if you're going to take down any of these top-tier EU teams.
You know when you say a sentence you immediately regret it? Well, I said this, surely not, and as soon as I said that, I was like, actually, I don't know just yet. Maybe give it another minute. KC, oh, that's so awkward for them. Itachi slowed down the play as well. Wanted the bump shots, or the block shots. Seiko pops the ball to himself. Rise is just shadowing him, wants to see what can Seiko cook up. Usually a very dangerous thing to allow Seiko that much time on the ball.
Juicy and Itachi feeling pretty comfortable moving in close here. KC really don't have a lot of momentum to play with. It's tough to get life into a ball there. And with just over a minute to go, if KC are going to try and keep up this, what is it now, 6-game winning streak, looking for a 7th, and they got to score soon, but it's not them scoring soon, it's Seiko. He called the bluff at the near post. He sensed that there may not be a lot of boost in this position for KC. He slams it into the top shelf.
This has been so good for Gentlemates. Because now that mental barrier will be gone. You now know, hey, not only can we score on this KC squad, we can do it multiple times, and it's not as difficult as we thought it was. Neversax, yet again, has worked magic after a timeout. Vatra up to himself, off the backboard, trying to keep the game alive. And that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, if they are going to do something, it's got to be now. It's got to be on this play. Yeah, as they press to try and get a goal, they're kind of confusing each other. KCorp, Gentlemates seem like they've done more than enough in this game. Seiko playing it as far away from Vatra as he can. He still nearly gets blocked. Well, you know what, I've got to say, I'm happy if both teams have, well, Gentlemates get a win. That means both teams have got a win in the final with so many Gentlemates fans tuning in today. So many KCorp fans tuning in. I think this is an outcome that all of us neutrals at least one game win to cheer for in a grand final is being watched by major numbers. It really is unbelievable. Welcome to all of you tuning in. If you are watching Rocket League Esports for the first time, trust me, it's always like this. You don't need to worry about it. It's always game 7s, so it's inevitable. That's where we're headed. We're just finding out how.
And this is still the qualifier stage. We have a whole season of Rocket League greatness still to come. And with Gentlemates playing this way, Johnny, we might have a whole series of great Rocket League on the way. They're about to make a real match of this.
Yeah, that was much better from them. I think, you know, looking back now to the clutch finish for KCorp in the last game, suddenly Gentlemates series doesn't look anywhere near as bad. It looked pretty dire after the last game. They didn't have the offensive pressure. KCorp iced up in game 2 and kind of blew them out of the water in the first game. And now, you know, you look back at that second game and think, well, Gentlemates really could have had that. That was a very close game. And, you know, they could just as easily be 2-1 up here. So they'll be feeling great about how things are going. The KCorp, of course, do still have their timeout. They've got the 2-1 lead. They are still the overall more experienced team, with Juicy being the guy on the pitch who's got the most to prove. But so far, he is delivering. Every single time we ask him to do something, he, you know, scores a ridiculous goal or passes a ridiculous pass. So yeah, so far for me, I'm happy with what I'm seeing from Gentlemates. I think this team has got more in the bag, and this could easily still be their series.
I mean, they could still be looking at that game 2 and thinking what could have been at this point, because they were 10 seconds away from probably leading this series 2-1. Instead, they've had to bounce back. That was a must-win previous game. The thing is, still is, you don't want to be against triple championship points. As we do head over to Manfield Night, Johnny's favorite map is about to become one of these teams' favorite map.
Oh, KC, they're rapidly becoming my favorite team. They've just left the ball on the kickoff. I love it. Absolutely love it. And that is got to be intentional as well. But they've conceded, so clearly don't do that again. Don't listen to don't listen to me. Kickoff strats are pointless. Actually, Juicy's just done a great job there. Passes off to Seiko, who 50s it perfectly back to Itachi. The precision of that 50-50 by Seiko cannot be understated.
The completely left kickoff, also, as I like to refer to it, as the admin heart attack. Okay, well, enough about that admin's having a heart attack. I think Ferris about to have one if his team keeps conceding like this.
Oh wow, Itachi completely dead stopped that ball for the close cheat. It barely moved an inch from the initial kickoff, allowing the shot to go in far faster than a cheat usually would. Gentlemates are starting to put together quite the run when it comes to goals. Here come KCorp the other way. No, Seiko's intercepted them early. Atto looking for space, can't find it. Itachi's all over him, doubles it downwards. Seiko decides to just let KC have that one.
That's going to feel quite good after how game 2 ended. Well, they have themselves a 2-goal lead. Does seem to be just something with Vatra and Rise. When they're on a team, the series that they're in just have so many kickoff goals both ways. They do like to play volatile in that way. As now we've got Seiko bumping a toe. If that was on target, that could very well have been free.
You know, it's mind games at this point from Gentlemates. They're trying to predict what KC are up to. If KC are trying to send the kick off to the back corner, then dead stopping it with a close cheat is going to beat that. You're just going to score if you get it right, and they did that time. Now, for KC, their POV, trying to play a risky strategy at this stage in the game, at this stage in the series, I don't really have a problem with that. I think it just, you know, that one is just a great read by Gentlemates and a great mechanical play by Itachi to dead stop the ball like that. But, you know, if KC were doing that 11 seconds to go up by 1, that would be a different story.
Seiko narrowly avoids getting wiped off the play. So has suddenly become a little bit quieter. Like to burst back into action, especially with the rest of KC. Itachi, long shot, Rise has to save. Caresses the ball into the far corner. Realizes he was under threat, and the double commit does come through. Itachi just gonna take over. Big call from him. Realizes we don't need to try and rush this. And you can see Itachi's not going for outplays here. He just tries to force 50-50s. They've got the 2-goal lead. It might be free. Just wide for now.
Yes, it's such a smart play for Gentlemates. Every time these 50-50s in the back corner, the pressure on the ball in the midfield, giving goalkeepers time. They are just not falling for KC's big dunks and their big blocks that they're going for. They're just getting goal side of the ball, forcing the outplay. And, you know, even if you do get outplayed, if you're the first challenge, you've got teammates behind you, it doesn't really matter because your teammates are going to have an easy touch on the ball. And it seems like every touch right now for Gentlemates is easy for these players of this caliber to deal with.
Oh, that second touch from Vatra really caught Seiko out, but it was his job already done. All he wants to do is get the play going. Now he needs to get back. Well, he's done that. He's got the pass to Juicy, who made that far too easy for Vatra.
Yeah, he thought he'd back off there, Juicy. Did not think Vatra was going to dive, but of course Vatra saw that and well. He did dive. And, it's a big block there by Juicy, but Vatra has respected it. He's found Atto in the back corner. Leaves it for Vatra. He's got a bit of space, but not enough. Seiko, again, dispossesses in midair.
It's just a test that they've got to pass over and over again to Gentlemates. The air dribbles have been the play so far for KC. And it's all up to the defense to keep making the right decisions. Don't get bumped. Get in front of the ball. It's a huge amount of work that you've got to get done. But if you don't, it's a goal for KC, and they're right back in this game. Atto was trying to attack Juicy in the backfield. Just over a minute. Gentlemates have kept this calm. They grabbed the 2 opening goals. It's been reasonable since then. And cuts of rotation like that from Seiko help an awful lot. Now trying to put this game away, and Itachi could have done better.
Yeah, he wanted the backboard there, but he didn't get the lift on the ball. Just a slight mishit on his takeoff, but still looking pretty good here. And it's another air dribble bump pass attempt. But look at Itachi diving out to meet the air dribble bump pass. That is how they need to be playing against this. If you're wondering why are KC stopped air dribble bump passing, they were dominating with that strategy earlier. But it's really more to do with Gentlemates coming out to meet them now. They're not waiting in goal. They're not waiting back for KC to air dribble at them. They're flying into the bump with momentum, and you can actually just bump the air dribbler back into his own shot if you do that. So good adjustment by Gentlemates on the fly. And suddenly KC are the team lacking offensive firepower.
Yeah, it's something that is a lot more effective, especially in threes than maybe it is in ones, because the air dribble bumps, they take a lot of setup. There's a lot of play that you've got to do before that is an actually viable strategy, as Tachi almost able to get it over the line. It does seem like Gentlemates have got this game over the line, though. They've done it. They've got this series at 2 each. They've made the adaptations. KCorp, what have you got left?
Oh, just how good is this team? Itachi, playing, I think, well, definitely second to Vatra, maybe third at sometimes to Vatra Exotic last season. He wasn't the star of his team last season. Seiko as well, sometimes the star, but mostly in the shadow of Monkey Moon during their tenure together. And Juicy, this is just the best we've ever seen from him. For this team to come together and take down not only BDS, not only Vitality, but also KCorp, all in the same weekend. The teams I think most of us had top 3 in Europe. I don't think
the teams that
really appreciate how good
had
this
top
is.
3 in Europe.
Yeah, did we not as well? I think this has
I
to be
think
the
we
top
did.
3.
Everybody did.
Everybody would have said that, surely. I mean, probably top 3 in the world for most of the viewers watching. But the Gentlemates level was a bit more of a question mark. We didn't see a lot of them in the off-season, and we weren't sure what to expect from them. And now, all of a sudden, they're the team who are running the show. They're the team calling the shots.
Just to put that into perspective, by the way, for those of you that don't quite know what we're referencing to, we did poll the teams prior to this event getting started where they thought their opposition was around. KC and Vitality were by far and away 1 and 2. Gentlemates were rated 5th. They were behind BDS and Oxygen and barely ahead of Magnifico and Moist.
Oh, wow, yeah, they were behind Oxygen as well. That's crazy in hindsight. Obviously, we need to see more than one event from Oxygen to know their true level.
Man.
Yeah, this is just unbelievable, though. Let's see. It's another double kickoff from KC. They have won it again. This time it looks like Gentlemates were ready to dart back and defend against the follow-up shot. Such a chess match, the kickoffs in this series between these guys. Eversax and Farah, I'm sure, having a lot to do with this behind the scenes.
I mean, we're talking an awful lot about Vitality's undefeated run. Farah still holds on to his as Vitality's coach, moving over to KC. Farah doesn't know what it's like to lose a tournament.
Since he's done playing. I'm sorry.
For the best minds in the game. It's reflex after the way we talk to CJ behind the scenes.
I love Farah, but he's winning a bit too much. He's getting a bit too big for his boots. Gentlemates are trying to give him a knock that he's not had in a while here, and so far they are doing just that. Air dribble bump pass threatened there from Atto, but Itachi manages to take the ball away from him completely unscathed, and that has been, I think, the theme of the last 2 games is Gentlemate's ability to avoid KCorp's physical aggression, the off-the-ball plays.
Oh, ceiling reset for Rise. Was still met mid-air. Whoever wins this, double championship point. As Seiko and Itachi have got each other's way, that's going to cause all sorts of chaos.
And the shot by Rise is absolutely perfect. Now, goalie's POV on this, pretty difficult to see coming. Itachi was at the near post, not a lot of boost to his name. There's a bit of a flashbang beside the ball as well to just cause even more confusion. It's KC in front. And they are really committing heavily for these kickoffs. Again, the closest shoot imaginable. I'll tell you what, they're coming away with the ball and they're coming away with pressure more often than not.
Oh, Itachi's in all sorts of trouble. He's not going to be able to do anything about it. Itachi was ready for a shot on net originally. When a Toad decides to mix up the play, he had nothing left he could do. He also had to avoid being hit.
Man, they're just clinical in these positions. I feel like when this game gets messy, I feel like when the series gets messy, it's KC who look comfortable, and Gentlemates are trying to play a more clean game where they're reading each other and communicating with each other and spreading out across the pitch. KC are just seemingly playing perfect Rocket League with 2 teammates on top of each other, seemingly blocking each other and going for the same ball. It's in the chaos that they are thriving, and now the investment of 2 games won earlier on starting to look a whole lot better as they regain control.
Just trying to fight over in that corner, get that 3rd goal. Vatra holding the midfield. First time Gentlemates have really been able to push forwards in quite some time. They need 2 goals. Back mid. Atto, I don't think he's going to get there. And he's still able to make the stop.
What? Well, Atto pre-jumped, and the shot went low to try and counter that, but Atto then he adjusted mid-air to cover the low shot. Now Vatira's trying to pass middle, but no one's there. No one for KC at least. Well, that was brilliant by Atto. I mean, you could see that he realized he either baited the shot low or he just realized that's where the shot's going, but to adjust and cover it and control the ball, just absolutely perfect in a very tough position.
Now he's brought back in. I think reset was gained. Itachi's having none of it. So back out. Rise and Atto both going for it. Rise sticks with the play. Good challenges there from Itachi, but he's got no follow-up. KC have been by far the faster team here.
Oh. Rise looking to sneak one past his former teammate Seiko. I think he'll know just as well as any of us, so that's extremely difficult to do. Here he goes again, cutting rotation across the pitch. Rise trying to surprise Gentlemates. That is how KC are always going to play, isn't it? They're not going to sit back and hold on to a 2-goal lead. They're going to try and make it 3. They're going to try and make it 4. They're going to try and destroy their opponent's mentality. And here comes Juicy with a flip reset. He's completely blocked out by Rise. And Atto either decided to leave that. I think he probably did decide to leave it because his touch wasn't going to be all that good.
Itachi, bit of time, tries to infield. Vatira cuts across. With Rise just showing a little bit of the danger there to Seiko. Go ahead and rotate a little bit wider. Gentlemates have not had a big opportunity since that Atto pre-jump save. Need to try and develop something else. Off the side, Seiko can't drop it down. Vatira's got the angle and he's got rid of the danger.
You know, I really think that Gentlemates, they need that solo play threat again. That juicy solo play in Game 3 seemed to open the floodgates for them and get KC scared of another angle of gameplay. The team plays are being cut off, and I think KC have got the edge in the physical game quite clearly. It's times like these that you need somebody to take the ball and just put it in the goal, or at least put it in front of the goal for another player to score.
Pop back up, Vatira. No way, leaves it, and Vatira tries to move on in. Play it back into the midfield. Tachi realizes the time has gone away. It will be double championship point for KC. They have answered back in a big way.
KC have control of the grand final. Their first event with the new roster. As Vatira has changed his entire team for the 2nd season running, and it seems like every time it works out pretty well for him. When you are building a team around Vatira, you've got a pretty solid foundation. But Gentlemates have come back from 2 games down already this series. What's a 1-game comeback for them? They need to win 2 out of 2. And yeah, the big question for me is, can they get the heads up on the kickoff battle? Because that's how KC scored their opening goal. The double kickoff trigger is doing work for them. It's getting them tons of pressure straight away.
I'm just still in awe. I just had a chance to see the Atto save yet again. That is one of the most ridiculous things I have seen. I feel like he understood like it just wasn't going to get there in time and just changed the play partway through it. Either way, it was absolutely incredible. And KC, I mean, they just start off these seasons so well. They did this last year. The Winter Major Champions. Even went over to our first tournament over in Rotterdam as the favorites. Weren't quite able to get it over the line. Same might be able to be said of their season as a whole, but they are rewriting it. They have reset. New names, maybe the same old results. Gentlemates have got to try and put a stop to it.
And again, it's that double kickoff. It's every single time it seems to be getting them good positions. It's fascinating because this is obviously not the first time Gentlemates have seen this. KC did not get a goal off of it or the ensuing play in Game 6. But they are still just sending absolutely everyone flying into the ball. The aggression is truly unbelievable. It's like they're breaking all the rules that you're supposed to have when you play Rocket League. You're not supposed to double commit with your teammates. You're not supposed to stack in one position on the pitch. Well, apparently when you're KCorp, you don't play by the same rules as everybody else. So you're allowed to do all those things.
Oh, Juicy made a big dive forwards. Vatira is now broken away. Good demo from Itachi. Got rid of the numbers advantage that KC was starting to develop. Itachi yet again crushes the challenge, still moves forwards.
You know, I think something we should have probably mentioned, Shogun, is that KC do still have their timeout. They lost 2 games in a row, games 3 and 4, and they didn't call their timeout. They still have that one for game 7. I mean, when you win game 5 after making that bold call to not call timeout when your opponents have just put a whole pile of goals past you, you look like a genius. And now they might look like a pair of geniuses. They do. It's Vatra to Atto, and it's 1-0 KC.
Well, as a defender, you look at the situation, you think, oh no, what have I been put into? Well, you're put in the blender, you got mixed up. 1-0 KC.
And Gentlemates, they cannot afford for those plays to happen, especially against this aggressive version of KC. You need to have 2 players back at all times, or your last man is in the worst position imaginable. Juicy's being harassed in his own back corner here, but have KC left an opening at the other end? Yes, they have. It's Seiko. But Rise darts back and plays the ball away from him before the shot could come.
Now it's Gentlemates trying to scramble back. Finally have done so, but look at how static they are on the goal line. They are prime targets for demo play should KC want to go yet again. Seiko, oh, he's got a big 1v1. Vatra trying to pre-jump him. Huge angle, drops for Itachi. Stopped on the line. Juicy can't finish the job.
Oh, what a stand by Vatra. Seiko just didn't quite have enough boost to get that double in as quickly as he wanted. But he definitely surprised Vatra with the setup of it. Seiko pre-jumps Vatra's shot at the near post. He's cleared it long. Itachi chasing down, but the ball's gone a fair distance here. Itachi leaves it for Seiko. It's off the post, and now Juicy's diving. While Gentlemates are firing back, but Vatra and the gang are holding strong for now.
That's probably free at the moment. KC plus the clock. Can they get it? Oh, it's a dike! And it's on target!
Oh,
what a way to do it!
Itachi with world-class awareness. Look at the positioning. He only had 7 boosts, but he perfectly read the clear, and he put himself in position to help it on its way.
Cole and Stumpy will be so happy, but they won't be as happy as Gentlemates. Although that what smile will be wiped off their faces if this goes in.
It's definitely goal of the season, but not bad shout for goal of the series either. Itachi now with the ceiling reset. He shoots into the crossbar to leave the net open. Rise was there first though. KCorp once again, first on the scene when that ball lands right in front of their goal.
Oh, Seiko, he's trying to wipe out Vatra, couldn't quite get there. Now we turn across, Itachi doesn't leave it open for Vatra, who's trying to get Juicy. These demos are so annoying to try and figure out who's going for what. Imagine having to keep your eyes darting across the field as a player. You have to be so aware of everything. And even in the most uncomfortable positions, you have to play incredible Rocket League.
Well, Gentlemates are letting these touches get away from them a little bit here. Can't let their control leave them in the most important moments. It's Juicy to the backboard. Rise just
demo
effortlessly takes it away from them. And like you mentioned, that demo leaving no support for Gentlemates, who have been a bit lacking in that second man arrival. Now the ball grinds to a halt, and it's Vatra who comes away with it. He's going more sideways. That progress will commence once Atto joins the fray. Itachi and Seiko throwing themselves into the play there. I mean, it might look like a double commit, but they're both assuming that he's bumping one of us. We've got to both go.
Plus with the pace that teams can recover now. Seiko's backflipped! And he has seen himself out of the play. One misstep is all it took.
Oh, Seiko, he landed in such a weird position. I think he was trying to be elusive. He knew Atto was in his half, so he's trying to drive unpredictably. But in doing so, he ended up on the wrong side of the ball. There was no way for him to beat Rise to that one. No way for him to intercept the ball on its way to the net. And now here comes Atto. Rise has bumped the goalie out of the way, but is it too early? The shot's not coming. It is now. Rise makes it 3-1.
KC are marching towards the title. Rise gets rid of Itachi. Look at that.
It's another doink. It's a day of the doinks. It turns out, after all of the new mechanics that players have mastered over the years, reach an absolute climax in 2024. Simply jumping into the ball is the best way to play.
Ato looking to just try and finish it off. Juicy pushes the ball wide. Gentlemates need a goal, and they need it quickly. Vatra not going to be caught out.
Vatra again respecting Gentlemate's final touches in defense. Rise with a great cut there as he watches the infield pass come across. Gentlemates have got 30 seconds. They need something, and they need it quickly. Juicy's popped it upwards, but where's Seiko? Here he comes. It's an awkward one. Drops it down to Itachi, but every single touch is contested by KC.
Oh, that's just not good enough from Seiko. He has to get some power. He's got to test the defenders. They go on in, and that will do it. KC are going to take Championship Sunday.
Vatra just plays the ball. He saw that fake a mile away. Gentlemates had to commit everyone. It was getting dire time-wise. They had to go with all their players. That leaves no one back. And it's KCorp who are going to win this one, barring the most ridiculous comeback imaginable. It's not going to happen. That all but confirms it. KCorp, champions of Europe once again.
And Kameto's valiant warriors have finished the job. Well done to them. What a Championship Sunday that was. And we'll do it all again in 2 weeks.
And still, what a run by Gentlemates to make the final, to come back from 2 down against KCorp, to make them work for it. And yeah, they're going to probably need to go and practice avoiding demos and bumps and figure out how to deal with that. That was the most physical physical series I've seen in a while from KC. I think it worked brilliantly against Gentlemates who were trying to play the organized defensive structure. I mean, you can't be organized when KC are playing like this. Good luck to you if that's what you're going to try. But if you are a Gentlemates fan who's just tuned into Rocket League for the first time, I hope you've enjoyed the show. I hope you've enjoyed the run. And I would back that team to replicate that performance because they didn't look like they were lucky to get here at all. They played brilliant Rocket League.
Yeah, I think all of the teams that we saw today, I would be absolutely shocked if all of them did not win one of these qualifiers at some point over the season. They're just so talented across all of them. See, this one go 4-2. We had 4-3, 4-3 in both of our semi-finals. And Johnny, whilst Vitality's record does come to an end, Farah maintains. Farah. He is still undefeated in oh so very long.
Yeah, Farah stocks are an all-time high, but wow, everybody's gunning for them now. The target has moved from Vitality to KC, and if this is going to be the EU top 4, I think we've said it a few times today, if these are the 4 teams who are top 4 every single weekend, I wouldn't mind it. Personally, I don't mind it right now.
So KC take an incredibly competitive Championship Sunday. To break down all of today's action, we go back to the desk.
Absolutely phenomenal showing from Europe over the semis into the grand finals. Congratulations to KC as they shut down the Gentlemates. And as Johnny was saying, honestly, as a fan and as the players on Gentlemates, you have to be happy with the performance today. I think a lot of people probably would have had this team counted out if you just looked at the Swiss round before anything happened. CJ, you might have said, I don't know if they'll make it to top 4, let alone grand finals. So good show on them.
Yeah, they have to be so proud of that first performance. And at the end of the day, we said it from the top on Friday, Cole. It's all about getting top 4. You want to get those major spots. That's where the majors decided. So that's a tick for them. The grand finals are bonus. And I'm sure they'll come back bigger and stronger. It's only the first qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, I would not have predicted Gentlemates to make the top 4 going into this event. The fact that they have, and then as you mentioned, CJ, top 2 is even better, puts you at a massive advantage going into these next 2 open qualifiers to make it there.
I gotta ask, Cole, how stoked are you that it was the day of the doinks?
The day of the doinks! When Johnny said that, I was like, it took me back to before I was involved in the Rlcs myself, and I would just stare at the screen every time it was on. I was giddy, because if anyone doesn't know, doinks are like my favorite move. I saw the chat as well going crazy for them. They're just so fun. You ever scored a doink in an Rlcs match, CJ?
Well, probably, and I think you like the doink because you can do it yourself.
Everyone can.
Rather than these flip reset 720
Yes.
no scopes they're
Flip
hitting,
resets.
you know, it's a bit different. So
There's something-
no, the doink was fantastic.
There's something innocent and cute about them. The fact that anyone can do them. When a power doink comes in, it's something special, Leaf.
Well, yeah, and I want to talk about KC now because Shogun and Johnny were just saying that the target is now set on KC. And while obviously that's true because they look phenomenal, I still think around the world, Europe is looking so phenomenal. But today, Cole, something was so special about this squad.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of tweets from people saying, oh my goodness, North America is in a little bit of trouble right now because EU is just something different. KCorp, they showed everything. They showed grit, determination. They showed the tactics of Farah in the background, changing their playstyle when it was needed. It wasn't always beautiful. Sometimes it was just bullying, but they've got it all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. CJ, you think this is the squad to watch out for?
I think it is. The fact that they've reverse swept in their first regional, or first qualifier, this wasn't a, I mean, it's just insane that they've done it already. This side is going to be so scary. Mentality, they've got that. They've got the mechanics. They've got the skill. They're phenomenal.
Well, we have Stumpy standing by now with Vati Goat himself. Let's take a listen.
Vatra, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here to chat to today. I just want to get your emotions as soon as you finished that series. You guys must be feeling fantastic.
Yeah, the feeling is incredible, like we were waiting for like some months to play Rlcs and to finally come back with the new team. Like it feels so good to win. Like we played so well, like we work a lot, so I'm pretty happy.
I mean, you guys at KCorp, you've had some very big changes over the off-season too. You've kept yourself there, the player to build around. But what's it been like teaming with Rise again?
It feels really good because like everyone know because of Moise, but like we had a really good synergy, and I think it's a true leader. Like I really need this guy in a team, like you need this guy because he talks a lot, he helps you a lot, and like it's really a pleasure to team with him again.
And we've also got, of course, Farah, who's just sat down behind you, had a very big breath of fresh air. He's just won yet again, now on KCorp's side. How's it been learning under a new coach?
Honestly, like Eversax was a really good coach first, and it's really different because Farah is the best coach I have played for, because I don't know, he helps a lot. Like the works he does is really like important for all of us individually, and of course as a team. Like I don't know, I love him as a person. He's a really good guy. Like yeah, I love him.
I can vouch for the fact that Farah is a lovely guy. I think every single person who's met him loves Farah. He's great. And of course, he brings a lot of that mentality to the team. And I think you definitely need that when you are 0-3 down versus BDS, as you were earlier today. Could you talk me through what happened in that series, how you guys turned it around? Because that was the 7th one that we've ever seen in Europe.
Honestly, against BDS, like I don't know, the first game we should have won, I think, because we played it well, but I don't know, after like they played really well and we didn't really know like how to play with each other. Like we were a bit lost, but after like it was 3-0 down and we were like, yeah, it's fine, like we can still do it, like I already did it. Same for Rise, like we had to, I don't know, but everyone was like still focused, nobody was down, and I don't know, we just try to play your game because when you're losing 3-0, all you have to do is just give your best and try to win, and that's what we did. And yeah, it was just fantastic. Probably one of the best wins I did in Rlcs.
That's very high praise, seeing as also we're in the first of our open qualifiers too.
Yeah.
So RLCS, the 24 season, started off very well for KCorp. It was also started off very well for French teams in general. It was a near enough fully French top 4. Do you think that's going to continue, or are there any countries that you guys have your eyes on that might sneak in?
Honestly, like well played to all of the French teams, because like it's pretty insane that all the French are in the top 4. Like it's crazy to me. And yeah, I do think it's like, I think it's the team that are gonna make major, I think, because like I don't know, everyone is working a lot, like I know some players and stuff, and yeah, I don't know, the French are just the best in the world. They are winning worlds for like 2 seasons straight, so yeah, we are just proving it, And
of course, you guys are all very close as well on the French side. Are there any like friendly rivalries where you face off against a team and you think, we have to beat them today? Are there any that you think we need to take them down?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't really pay attention to this because like everyone know each other like in the French scene, but like our goal was to win, obviously, but our goal is to scale until the end. Like even if we did top 4 like today, it was not a big deal. Like we were gonna bounce back, we were gonna work again. So yeah, it's fine. I mean, there is no beef between like every team. I don't care. I just want to win with my team, be happy, and be world champ. one day maybe.
Well, fingers crossed for you, Vatra. Just to end this, I'd love to give you a chance just to shout out to your org, whoever it is. If you want to do it in French, English, whatever, go ahead.
Merci à tous les fans KC déjà de nous supporter autant. Ça me fait trop plaisir, vraiment. Je suis trop heureux de représenter KC depuis maintenant 1 an et quelques mois. Et franchement, on va juste tout donner pour vous. On va faire le meilleur enfin, je sais pas comment l'exprimer, je suis un peu sous les émotions, mais je veux juste que vous soyez là à tous les majors, qu'on soit là aussi et qu'on vous fasse plaisir toute la saison et qu'on kiffe ensemble, hein, c'est tout.
All right, I don't speak French. I'm sure that was great, and thank you very much for chatting to me, Vatra.
Thank you, you too.
Vatra, again, a legend. You see, I absolutely agree. I'm going to jump on the boat of CJ that I love Farah as well. And I love that his win streak has continued onwards.
I mean, it's just a great environment there, and they've got the right team. They've got superstar players. They've got the captain, I guess, in Rise, the leader. Vatra mentioned how important he was for the leadership and his communication, the way he could change his play style based on what the team needed. And they've got Farah as well, Carl, which is just right now looks like the perfect coach for whatever team is behind him or in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great instinct for it, has Farah. He is a calm, patient personality, but we also saw at the World Championships of Vitality that he's capable of thinking of something that nobody else would with the whole American switcheroo. Not quite had to do that yet for KCorp. They're just that good that they can, win it straight up. But, if there's an angle to be found, Farah will not rest until he finds it. And when he's teamed up with someone like Vatra, who has so much hunger, he himself mentioned hopefully winning a World Championship, that is all they're going to be thinking about. One match, one goal, one open qualifier at a time.
I don't want to say as well, that interview was fantastic from Vatra, and I think we're seeing him mature, grow as not only just a Rocket League player, but a person as well. And I think he's really hungry now, but he's doing it the right way. And as he said, he's not worried about beef, about rivalries, about who he beats. He just wants to be the best with his team.
Worried about winning.
And looking in a long-term view, Leaf. It's really good. Those guys are scary, just that mindset already. Farah's had a big part, I'm sure, in that.
Absolutely. And now that it's a new season, all the points you've earned last year are gone. It was a fresh start, but there's a couple on the board here. CJ, look at this. KCorp at the top 16. And a reminder, less splits here. So these points are so important.
And it's huge. I mean, look at the top 4. I know that you want to be in that top 4, Cole, but you've got 7 points over BDS and Vitality. So just getting that win, that 4 extra points over second is massive. And it really just sets them up so well for that major qualification and a top seed in it.
Yeah, but what I would say is that while we're talking a lot about this four as potentially being the EU Big Four, you look down just below, Team 3, Moist Esports, Magnifico, Endpoint, Oxygen as well below them. They'll be thinking there is an avenue with 2 open qualifiers left that they can get themselves in that all-important top 4 leaf.
Absolutely. And let's just talk about what they're working towards again, the season overall, because as I mentioned, less splits means these points mean so much more. We have 2 more qualifiers to go before that first major. Cole, the season is, I bet you, is going to feel like it's going to go by so fast.
Oh, completely and utterly, yeah. I mean, the days just fly by when the Rlcs is on. I have been completely glued to the match. I haven't casted today, and I'm almost pleased because I could just sit back and watch and be a real true fan of what was going on. But yeah, as you mentioned, those majors, that is what it's all about.
I mean, the nature of the qualifiers as well. They are truly open. KCorp just won the grand final. You guys could sign up in Europe and play them in the first round next weekend. It's constant action. 6 weeks straight of Rocket League. Tune in. Can't wait.
But as Cole said, they are playing towards LAN, and we know you're all excited, so keep your eyes peeled on socials. I've been told you're not going to have to wait very long. But for now, let's get our final thoughts out there. Europe was wonderful to watch. CJ, if you want to start us off, and then Cole, this was an absolute treat.
Oh, it was phenomenal. There was a lot of hype around it, and probably because Europe had its own spot, its own time slot, its own weekend for Rocket League, with the other regions competing in their first qualifier the weekend before. But I'll tell you what, it completely lived up to the hype from this Championship Sunday. I know that the Saturday was maybe people saying a little bit boring, but I think we had to get through. We had to tick through, tick some boxes there, get to Championship Sunday, and Cole, that was outstanding. I cannot wait for the rest of the split.
Yeah, my main thought for EU right now is that we can't really lose. Either we have this top 4 and it's going to be stunning battles between those guys all through the season, or another team is going to emerge. Maybe Oxygen, I've got my eye on, Moist as well, might step up and put a real battle all the way to the major. So either way, it's going to be fantastic, Leaf.
Europe's been phenomenal, and now North America is going to have to back that up. They'll, of course, be back on Friday. The pre-show at 12:30 p.m. ET and kickoff at 1 o'clock, and I believe a first touch in between that. Thank you guys for joining us. As I said, eyes on socials. We'll see you there.
And you